a boar. Any takers?
I don't know. That's
With a pig pen.
oh my gosh, I love that. I'm writing that down.
Really?
Yeah. Dad jokes are a thing in my house. They're uncle jokes though for us.
Hi everyone, I'm just testing my sound. Can you all hear me? Am I-
Yep.
Good, thanks.
Ryan, is channel 8 ready to go?
Let's give a check here.
I know I'm a little early there.
Emily, do you have an update on channel 8?
I do not, but I'd be happy to check with them.
Perfect, thank you.
Hey, Junie.
Hey, Junie.
I was in the other room. I thought you said, is Junie here? So I ran again, came and sit down.
Good to see you, Junie.
You're not in the naughty chair. That's funny. I wonder what sounded like that.
As we're waiting for channel 8 confirmation, friendly reminder, we have interpretation this evening for our first piece. And Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to bring up interpretation slides when we get there.
And I just heard from Paco, we are good to go on channel 8.
Okay, and Ryan, since it's a study session, it's my turn to lead. So when should I turn over for the interpretation?
Thank you. Once we begin, and before we get there, let's make sure that we begin our recording. Okay, we want to make sure to be recording in English and in Spanish as well. Manuel, do you want to give me a thumbs up when that is recording on your end as well?
So I don't, says it's record.
Allow me to record the Spanish version.
Not locally. I mean, I have to switch to Spanish, which I haven't right now, which is why we can talk. But when I hit the record button, it only gives me the pause or the stop recording button, not the record locally.
Sure. Let me stop recording on this end, and then hop in the Spanish channel, please. Begin that local recording, and then I'll record to the cloud, and hopefully that should clear it up.
Okay. Oops.
Thanks everyone for your patience as we get this underway. All right, so it looks like it is recording locally. Let me make sure we're also recording to the cloud. Okay. Thank you all so much. And Councilmember Friend, as you're ready to begin the meeting, I'll bring up those interpretation slides.
All right, thanks so much, Ryan. Hi, everyone. I'm Rachel Friend, and I'm chairing tonight's Tuesday, April 12th, 2022 study session for the Boulder City Council, which we are officially calling to order. Alicia, can I confirm no roll call or quorum required here tonight?
That is correct, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, thank you. Ryan, do you want to go through the interpretation announcements now?
Mayor Pro Tem Friend, happy to do that. Emily, please pull up those slides and we'll go over here. So a reminder to everyone that this meeting is interpreted tonight. You're available to participate in English or in Spanish. Every participant will need to choose their interpretation language using the icon below. Looks like a little globe. A friendly reminder to click mute when not speaking to limit background noise. Next slide, please. And a few reminders. Please keep in mind to speak slowly, clearly pronouncing each word and taking a breath between sentences. Please don't interrupt one another or a speaker. If you own a headset with a microphone, it's helpful to use it. And selecting one language channel for the session is most helpful for our interpreters, and I encourage us to avoid using any idioms that may be very difficult to interpret. All right, thank you so much. We can pull those down. And Mayor Pro Tem friend, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Ryan. I am a notoriously fast talker, so please, give me any hand signal if you feel that I'm going too fast. So tonight we will be discussing 3 items. First is Racial Equity Plan 1-year progress update. Second, East Boulder Sub-Community Plan 90% finish update. And then third, we will be adding an item on the Library District process update. And first, we have 3 announcements, and I believe we have slides for those. Thanks, Emily. Okay, number 1, on COVID-19 testing and vaccinations. For anyone still not aware, number 1 on testing, for information and provider locations on free COVID testing, please go to www.boco.org/COVID testing. And we are still doing testing at the Stasio Drive site 7 days a week. And for vaccination information, you can go to www.boco.org/COVID vaccine. Next slide. Second announcement. We are still doing recruitment for boards and commissions for the following boards because we have still openings due to low number of applications. And the boards eligible are Beverage Licensing Authority, Boulder Junction Access District for both parking and travel demand management, Board of Zoning Adjustment, Cannabis Licensing Board, Design Advisory Board, Downtown Management Commission, Library Commission, and University Hill Commercial Area Management Commission. And for the next slide, I believe. Oh, am I still going? Sorry, applications are being accepted until further notice. You can go to www.bouldercolorado.gov/boards-commissions. And for next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Nuria, our city manager.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. And no slide today, but really a reminder and an exciting, it's not really an announcement because we've said this a little bit, but we are coming back to in-person meetings and we are excited. I want to remind the public that we will be coming to in-person meetings starting April 19th. That will really be just for council and staff. Frankly, everyone wants us to test out this new technology to make sure we are where we need to be before we invite the public back in. We anticipate the first in-person meeting with the public on May 17th, 2022, and remind the public or let the public know if they haven't been following that we will be coming back in-person meetings when they are regular scheduled business meetings. Our study sessions will remain virtual, and we will continue to hope that we have the same level of high engagement that we have in all our meetings. So we will continue to repeat this. We will put this on the web, on our website, and really excited to see everyone in person again.
Thanks, Nuria. I'm very excited to be going back next week myself. Okay, and now we will kick off the proper study session content here. So first up, I think I will turn it back over to Nuria and staff to dig into the Racial Equity Plan 1-year progress update.
Thanks so much, Mayor Pro Tem. And frankly, we have so much information. I will not do any framing and send it right to Amy Kane for the phenomenal work that staff has been doing on the Racial Equity Plan so far. So Amy, it is yours.
Thank you for that, Nuria. Emily, would you mind putting up the slide deck, please? Awesome, thank you. So if we could get the next slide, that would be fabulous. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you, City Council, for having us here this evening. It is an honor to be able to be with you this evening, to lift up just a little bit of the work that our colleagues have been doing across the organization since the adoption and prior to the adoption. My name is Amy Kane, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. I identify as a white, middle-aged female, and I'm currently able-bodied. I'm joined tonight by my colleagues, Taylor, Ana Silvia, and Ryan, who will also introduce themselves when they get to each section of the presentation this evening. And so I intentionally asked my colleagues to support tonight's presentation because it's a representation of how this work is the responsibility of all of us, not just a few of us. And so the work to date that's outlined in the memo and the efforts upcoming represent the time and energy spent by a dedicated group of colleagues across the organization who have been organizing and operationalizing the city's racial equity work since we began in our journey in June of 2018. So next slide, please. As we mentioned, we do have interpreters this evening, so we are intentionally going slowly. However, we do know that you have a packed agenda, and so we're just lifting up a few of our goals and some project examples that have supported those goals. And tonight we're also going to talk about at a high level a couple of the priorities that we have in 2022, and then time for a discussion for all of us. And with that being said, I would like to go ahead and pass it to, nope, I'm still doing this one. So if I could go ahead and have the next slide, please, so we can dive in. Now I will pass it over to my colleague, Ana Silvia. And like I mentioned before, we are just going to go over a few samples of support for the goals that we've outlined in the racial equity plan. The memo has a much more robust and extensive list of the actions to date. So Ana Silvia, do you want to take it away?
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Good evening. My name is Ana Silvia Avendaño Curiel. I am the new Equity Policy Advisor for the city as of this year. Prior to that, I've been with the city for 7 years and deeply connected to this work. I identify as a cisgender female, first generation immigrant Latina, originally from Mexico City, and appreciate the space to be here with you all. In this goal, number one, everybody gets it, just want to highlight a couple of the things that we've been doing in regards to this goal. This goal is really to operationalize and normalize understanding of how institutional and structural racism exists within our community and within our government body. As well as the trainings that we carry out offer really practical tools for city employees, supervisors, and even boards and commissions and volunteers who serve for the city of Boulder. Currently, we have 3 trainings, 3 comprehensive trainings offered at the city. All of these trainings are facilitated by staff members who have really made additional commitments to do this work. And just a big shout out, this would not be possible without them at all. And of course, without the support of leadership and their supervisors to be able to do this work. And so we thank all of these colleagues who give of themselves to do this. The following numbers are just some highlights of what we've done in this goal area. The first training that will highlight the Advancing Racial Equity, the Role of Government. This training specifically offers an overview history of racism and the government's role and the responsibility that it has in order to dismantle this. All current and new incoming employees, supervisors, including council, is a mandatory training, and an example of leadership of all of council has actually taken this training. The following training that we have is bias and microaggression training. This takes us to a deeper level of understanding of how our own biases and microaggressions can show up in the workplace and around our community. And so this offers some tangible tools to really interrupt those dynamics. And currently, that is a mandatory training for all employees, including leadership and council. And soon in 2022, it will actually be ready for our boards and commissions as well. In our first cohort, we had about 18 facilitators. We had 4 facilitators of color within that cohort, and the rest were white employees. With new incoming facilitators, we have about 16, and we're actually seeing more colleagues of color committing to bring in their own experiences to support and grow this work. That can sometimes be painful and challenging, and at times, it could be really overwhelming, but they are there to share their own experiences and support and grow this work. And I want to personally thank these colleagues who bring so much value and essence to these trainings. We're also seeing actually our colleagues having such a stronger foundation as they're coming on board as facilitators. And so I believe this is such a strong reflection of the hard and heart work that our colleagues in the first cohort have really done to set up a foundation for the rest of our facilitators who are coming on board. And it really offers sustainability. One of the models that we use for this training is a model that we call a train the trainer model, in which our first cohort is actually being served, or they're serving the new coming cohort as mentors to be able to really get them along into their journey. And then the racial equity instrument tool is a tool to help us dig deeper at root causes of why inequities exist through a strategic and intentional framework. This is available to all employees, it's not mandatory, but we are seeing more colleagues interested in actually taking this training and really expand their knowledge with very tangible tools in order to drive change. The numbers that you see here, they are a reflection of colleagues trained through 2021. Another trend that I actually like to highlight is the desire from our employees being more action focused and really desiring to continue to build on their skill level for addressing inequities. This is honestly quite exciting because as facilitators, we are often examining the content and making sure that we not only remain relevant, but that we remain supportive of everyone. And this is a reflection of the growth that's happening within the trainings. Their input is super valuable and is necessary for us to really continue moving forward. So with that, if you could go to the next slide, please, and I will pass it over to Ryan.
I think I have this one, but thank you, Ana Silvia. So goal number 2 is justly do it. And the item I want to lift up that's in support of this goal is about our new justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion team toolkit that we've developed for departments. So early in 2020, a project team started to assemble a team to put this toolkit for departments so that we could put systems in place at the departmental level, not just at the entire organizational level, that really helps colleagues lift up this work within their own department. The JEDI team toolkit or toolkit team, should have thought of a better name, consisted of colleagues from open space and mountain parks and the library who had already launched their own JEDI teams to help as subject matter experts for this work. We also had contributions from colleagues in Housing and Human Services, as well as the city manager's office. The pandemic did slow us down a bit, but I am thrilled to announce that in March, we released the JEDI Teams Toolkit, and that is attached to the memo if you had a chance to look at that. The racial equity plan calls for within the logic model for all departments to establish their own departmental JEDI teams. This is an opportunity to facilitate departmental assessments so we can understand where departments are in their own racial equity work, build capacity among their team members, definitely like that's in specific alignment with the service, the business service that each department provides, and then also helps departments in the development of their own departmental equity plans. So it's really a guide for departmental leaders and for team members to develop and evolve their JEDI team in coordination with the larger organizational efforts. By the end of 2020, it is anticipated that 18 more departments will have launched or started to launch their departmental JEDI teams. With part of that work, when they're doing that analysis, we'll talk about it a little bit more about how that ties into the racial equity instrument that Ana Silvia was just referring to. So with that, I'm going to pass it on back to Ryan. We're going to go a little bit out of order with our goals, but if you could advance to the next slide, I'm going to ask Ryan to take it from here.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Council, for making the time this evening for this update. My name is Ryan Hanshin, City's Community Engagement Manager. I identify as a white cisgender male, currently able-bodied. And within the city's racial equity plan, this goal 4 is really to build and maintain trust, expand the influence of community members of color through inclusive and responsive engagement. And I'm really excited to share a progress in strategies under this goal, really through the city's work with the East Boulder Subcommunity Planning Working Group and 2 community connectors who served on this working group. I give special thanks to city staff and comprehensive planning, our language access program manager, and especially community connectors Ana Karina Casas Ibarra and Leticia Leti Garcia, both pictured here, who supported this important work. And I encourage everyone to view their full perspective as part of the planning board recording from March 31st. They both go into great detail on the barriers that were addressed in community engagement in this work, and it's really worth hearing from their mouths directly. I'm also excited because we'll have more focus on East Boulder Subcommunity Plan later in this evening, and here we'll just take a deep dive into the work of community connectors and less on the plan itself. Right, as you know, this is a long-range planning project of really shaping the future of East Boulder. And the initial applications of the working group to support this work yielded zero residents of East Boulder subcommunity area. And it's not that surprising, right? This is a very industrial and commercial area with 1 residential neighborhood, San Lazaro, a mobile home park with 213 homes. And we wanted to make sure that a resident of San Lazaro was participating to elevate the voices of those community members. We entered into agreement with El Centro Amistad, and 2 promotores, Ana and Leti, served as community connectors in our first long-term pilot of this community connector model. And a note that the San Lazaro community is within the areas of within the boundaries of the planning area, but is across the street from the city, is outside city limits, and is not served by city or water, and has led to confusion of community members of what city services they are able to access or are not. These community connectors were specifically active participants in the working group and assisted with engagement design and implementation. So materials, activities were relevant for their neighborhood, and that the perspective of underrepresented community members were elevated to working group, staff, planning board, and city council. And they received a stipend for their time, expertise, and co-designing. A few things to mention here about language barriers. Leti's a monolingual Spanish speaker, and we were able to provide interpretation and translation of materials throughout this multi-year process. And I'll note this is really a structural change to both dedicate the funding needed to cover interpretation and translation, as well as to allow for deadlines to change to make sure that we could have equitable presentation of those materials. Another key challenge was complexity of information within this plan, with some working group members serving decades and familiarizing themselves with local government, and others brand new to the process. Critical staff support was really necessary early on and throughout the process, specifically meeting for homework sessions with our community connectors to share context and to make sure they were able to better anticipate what will be important for them to share with the full group. Another key piece here is really following Ana and Leti's lead in designing engagement materials and tools that work best for their community members. The team found that English-speaking working group members could really quickly share an online survey with an HOA next door, with a listserv, and that really did not work well for our San Lazaro and Spanish-speaking community. And Letty and Anna worked tirelessly to provide a lot more context, to work directly with community members and share more information about how the decisions in this plan would affect them. We had several in-person sessions, paper copies were brought. And I think this really led to another structural shift later in the process to really focus on designing engagement sessions for Spanish-speaking community first, and then adapting that approach for our English-speaking sessions. And another thing that was really important in this process was really valuing lived experience. And while this comprehends those far out issues and when those recommendations may come into place, it's also focusing on the lived experience today. And Anna and Letty were really clear in sharing how difficult that was and in getting people more used to being asked what they think. And that there were many barriers to community engagement that were in place, and a lot of trust. Clear and others in the community about a lack of potable water and drinking water, cooking water, being very inconsistent in their community. And I want to specifically highlight their recommendations in the plan that would not have been included without participation of Anna and Letty. Really being clear about some cultural and Spanish language programming at Valmont City Park, really with an emphasis on youth and after school activities. And another quick example here that sometimes the long-term plan doesn't give a lot of room to address immediate issues, but because dedicated staff were there and hearing the needs and had built that trust through community connectors, residents were able to share a lot of safety concerns and walking late at night. And our terrific staff in comprehensive planning were able to write a grant, secure external funding to bring solar lighting for many in this neighborhood. And I think we were really able to more deeply understand San Lazarus community issues and context, and having Letty and Anna participating in this process helped us to continually learn. And I will note that after the success of community connectors within the East Boulder Working Group, we've seen adoptions of this model within Reimagining Policing, the Police Department Master Plan, Boulder Parks and Rec Master Plan, and Comprehensive Flood and Stormwater Master Plan. Thank you, and I'll pass to Taylor.
Awesome, thanks so much, Ryan. Good evening, Council. If we could just advance to the next slide. Thank you so much. My name is Taylor Ryman. I identify as a white, non-binary queer person with deep Southwest roots. And I'm going to tell a little bit about Goal 3 and Goal 5. Again, we went a little bit out of order, but for speaker flow, this worked out. So Goal 3 of the plan is community commitment, which intends to strengthen partnerships and collaborate with the community members and organizations that demonstrate a commitment to ending racism. So in the last year, we've advanced this goal in a few ways, one of which being a dedication effort to rename the city's municipal building after Penfield Tate II, Boulder's first and to date only African-American mayor. Tate was a prolific leader of civil rights and a strong supporter of the LGBTQ+ community, and the renaming brought recognition to his pioneering efforts to advance equity in Boulder. The dedication was also done in collaboration with local living relatives of Tate, including his son, Penfield Tate III, and 3 of his daughters, Paula, Gail, and Shakava Tate. I can't speak enough about their enthusiasm and collaboration in this work. It was so valuable to have their partnership because it helped us steward the dedication in a way that was meaningful and brought dignity to Tate II's history of service. The effort consisted of a fundraising campaign, building infrastructure improvements, and a ceremony that was also attended by many of Tate's living relatives from across the country who flew in for it, as well as leaders from across Colorado. During the event, Tate III, his son, remarked, he had a love affair so deep and long lasting with this city. This is sort of the ultimate tribute to him. So this example ties to a few of the Goal 3 strategies, including partner with the community, seek opportunities to support and promote the value of diversity, and recognize the history of institutional racism in Boulder. Next slide, please. Goal 5 of the plan is Representation Matters, which aims to eliminate barriers and create opportunities to build a diverse workforce across the depth and breadth of local government. One of the primary strategies outlined in the plan highlights working with boards, commissions, and working groups. So in the last year, we've considered, evaluated, and embarked on several changes to boards and commissions to meet this goal, one of which council recently got to experience. Those changes were a little bit more on the administrative side, working on the appointment process, but kind of taking a step.
Taylor, I want to I think we have a question for our interpreter. Marina, was there a question that you had? Terrific. Thank you.
Sorry, Ryan, I didn't hear that.
Just encouraging you to speak more slowly. And if you are not in an interpretation channel, that may help too. Select the interpretation icon and choose English. Then you'll be able to hear interpreters directly.
Thanks, appreciate that feedback.
Thank you, Taylor.
I have selected interpretation. So as I was saying, the appointment process was one of those things that we changed recently, a little bit more on the administrative side, but we're also trying to really take a step back. And we've convened a board and commission group of liaisons and secretaries to partner on a more strategic approach to integrating DEI into board and commission work and operations. We began this effort by administering a DEI readiness assessment, which helped establish a baseline for where board and commissions may be at in their understanding and commitments of DEI work, as well as identify anything missing before we undertook the great effort of integrating DEI initiatives with these groups. So some of those response themes I'm going to elevate here, one of which being a question that asked respondents to best characterize the approach of City Council as it relates to DEI work. And an overwhelming number of respondents actually said that they believe many members of City Council strongly believe DEI would help better meet their mission, and that council has in fact raised issues related to race and ethnicity often when discussing things like programs, policies, suggesting training, and the like. So what this says to us is that leadership from council is being noticed on these commitments, and that board and commission representatives also believe advancing this work supports their mission. Next, while respondents reported general enthusiasm and commitment for DEI work, many also raised concerns about the lack of training, skills, and structure to integrate into their groups. Some boards note other structural challenges like current board relationships, how groups interface with council, the politicization of processes, other regulatory or work plan needs, and they believe those challenges may need to be addressed first. Another survey question asked for department's current focus and priorities. Many reported that their department is in the midst of reorganization, in a transition at the leadership level, or in the midst of or about to embark on a strategic or a master plan. These anticipated changes and new embarkments could serve as a good opportunity to support integrating DEI early on in the process to guide the vision for these transitions in leadership, strategy, and organization. So coming out of the DEI assessment, those are some of the takeaways that we had. And now in collaboration with our facilitator, Angela Davis, not the educator, but also a very incredible individual. We are in the middle of a 6-part deep dive workshop series with these staff, the group that I mentioned, to support their education, training, and development of a comprehensive board and commission process improvement plan and a diversity, equity, and inclusion group blueprint. If you could go on to the next slide. All right, up next, Ana Sylvia will talk a little bit about the work we have planned ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. If you could go to the next slide, please. So as we look into 2022 and beyond, these are just some of the many ongoing efforts or new initiatives that are going to be our focus for this year. These efforts are really crucial as part of as we continue to build our foundation. One of the things we realize is that data has been one of our biggest gaps and challenges. And this can serve as a huge source of information to drive decision making and really continue to identify the areas in which gaps exist in either services or in programs. You know, for example, if we're able to disaggregate data by race or income, age, etc., then we can have a clearer picture of who we're not serving, who we're not reaching, and how we can really tighten things up and being strategic in that outreach. Likely, in the same manner through our partnerships, the city is actually being sought out as a leader in this work to learn more about how we're operationalizing, organizing, and ultimately just implementing very intentional and specific strategies. And so we understand that this work requires a multi-system approach across various sectors of our community. And by creating strong partnerships, we can really support one another and can ultimately continue to serve our community in a much better way. You heard Taylor speak a little bit about the diversity, equity, inclusion blueprint. And by taking an inventory and analysis of what organizational policies are currently in place, then it can really offer us an in-depth look at what's currently working, what may need some form of change or modification, and maybe even determining or examining some policies that are actually creating some unintended consequences for our community and our colleagues currently. These initiatives are very much tied to the logic model and outcomes and the organizational wide work that is happening across the city, and keying on the progress and work of these few initiatives will really assist in centering experiences and voices that have been historically excluded and be a driver for decision making across the organization. So these are just a few of the goals for this year. You can go to the next slide and I will pass it on to Amy.
Thank you, Ana Sylvia. So I'm going to touch a little bit on the 2022 department work plans. As I mentioned previously, these were outlined in the racial equity plans logic model. Departments are expected to launch their JEDI teams, and we're working towards 18 departments launching or preparing their JEDI teams by the end of 2022. As outlined in the JEDI team process, one element which we have been piloting with our colleagues in open space and mountain parks is a departmental assessment. And this helps departments establish where people are in their own racial equity journeys. So what trainings are necessary, prioritization of policies and programs that can be utilized utilizing the racial equity instrument to understand how those programs, policies, financial decisions are negatively impacting people based on race and ethnicity. So all departments who have established a JEDI team are being required by the end of 2022 to do an inventory of their departmental policies and practices. And so they can determine which policies should be reviewed and updated utilizing the racial equity instrument. So next slide, please. I'm just going to ask you to go ahead and read this quote to yourselves. So you can see that much of the work that we've been focusing on this year and previously is to continue helping city staff understand the role government plays in creating and sustaining and perpetuating racial inequities and practices. So while we are still in the normalization phase, we're still normalizing language and understanding. We also are leaning heavily into operationalizing many of the tools and practices we've been developing over the past year or so. So you'll also see that our work continues to focus on the work that we all need to do, including you as policymakers and as stewards of democracy. And so next slide, please. We do have some council questions for you. I'm hoping that you had a moment to review these in the memo. And just questions, what do you perceive that is going well with the racial equity plan? What excites you most about this work? What are your perceived barriers to continuing moving this work forward as policymakers? And then how do you see yourselves playing a role in mitigating those barriers? So with that, Mayor Pro Tem Friend, I would pass it to you to open up the conversation.
Thank you so much, Amy Kane. What a great presentation, everyone. Thank you so much to all who participated. So what I think I'll do is just open it up for questions from council, and then we can have discussion and then sort of a summary and make sure that we answer Amy's questions. So if you have questions about the presentation, let's kick off with those. Seeing no hands so far, just for those who can't see. Thank you, Matt Benjamin, and then Aaron Brockett.
All right, icebreaker, someone's got to go first. So for one, a great presentation. It is, having lived here almost 22 years, it's a profound and marked evolution for our community to be focusing on this work. And it's just, it's great to see it. And it's great to be a part of the city staff and see it on the inside and to see, you know, how people are taking to this across all departments. So it just makes me proud to be a part of the community, but also to be, you know, on city council and a part of the city staff in that capacity. So great work. And I'm just really proud to be a part of it. You know, one question that does come up in one of the charts that was brought up in the memo is kind of thinking about goals in terms of, is there sort of a minimum percentage goal for racial equity ambassadors per department? I know some departments are smaller and bigger, but is there some sort of minimum that you want to set to see if a department is sort of falling off having that sort of minimum amount, or is that just too fluid, in which case to sort of have any sort of goal? So I'm just sort of curious if there's something there with regards to that.
Thank you for that question. We did not set that standard. However, when we presented an update to our city leadership, the department directors back in December of 2021, we requested that each department provide at least one person who was interested in being an equity ambassador. And as we're moving this work forward, start to have the conversation within departments of who is interested first in being members and starting up that JEDI team. So Ana Silvia, myself, and other members of our core team will be working with departments as they start their JEDI teams using the toolkit and helping them work through that assessment. We try to use the feed the hungry approach in this work, and we're finding that we've ample people raising their hands saying, I want to be a part of this. So yeah, thank you for that question, Matt.
Matt, any other questions?
Sorry.
No, that's it for now. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Brockett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Brennan. And thank you for the wonderful presentation from every member of staff and for all the extraordinary work that you all are doing. When we talk about operationalizing the racial equity plan, it's kind of hard to understand what that means, but you'll do a great job of laying out all the different steps that are being taken. And I thought the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan as a case study was really informative and a great example of how we're doing some new things that we haven't done before, which is really inspiring to see. And I think it's really informed the discussion we'll have in a little bit on that very plan, which I'm looking forward to. My question was, one of the things particularly interested in is how we are using the racial equity instrument and the rapid response racial equity assessment, like those tools, which seem to be like a practical way of analyzing our decisions in our decision space and how they might be affected by these ideas. So maybe I was hoping you could talk a little bit more about what the next steps are in the utilization of those tools in the city organization.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question, Mayor Brockett. Ryan, did you want to field that question since you've been working most directly with departments, or did you want me to field that one?
I'm happy to take that. Thank you for the question. I think we are seeing the work with racial equity instrument moving forward in a few different ways. One key way is training more staff. I want to say that the most recent numbers, we've close to 100 members of staff who are trained in the racial equity instrument. Part of what we've heard from these staff members is more of their colleagues, they're encouraging more of their colleagues to participate in the training so everyone can be on the same page in implementing that racial equity instrument. And so we've been offering 4 trainings a year for staff to be more familiar with that instrument. We did work really closely with a number of different projects and council priorities last year to walk through parts of the racial equity instrument as a cohort. And we saw some success with that model and having a cohort of support for implementation of that instrument. We have not been using the rapid response racial equity assessment as much because it was really more put in place to address CARES funding and some of the quick, federal COVID relief funding. As the city was making quick decisions to make sure that we had input from communities of color in those decisions. We are looking at a variation of that rapid response racial equity assessment for use with our community connectors and residents. Because we've heard a lot of requests for feedback and similar to the role that recovery equity connectors played in the end of 2022 to have more of an ongoing focus for that team to provide insight and evaluation for proposals, policies, or decisions.
Can I add to that a little bit, Ryan?
Please.
Part of also one of the things that we noticed, for example, with the gap in data, is that the racial equity instrument tool really requires our colleagues to dig in deep into numbers and collecting data on what we're seeing across the city. And because there is that gap, hence one of our efforts for these years to really tighten that up and being able to now have a team of just incredible talent and awareness around how do we create this data source that's really accessible to everybody within the city, where we can have one place to go to in order to see the numbers, see how our city reflects in that data, and being able to actually put in practice the instrument tool. Because now we have the qualitative and the quantitative data to go with that.
Thanks for that, Ryan and Anna. That's really helpful to understand. That's all I got.
Thanks, Aaron. Nicole, you're up.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I just had a couple questions about the presentation. And Rachel, am I understanding correctly? We're asking questions about the presentation right now, then we'll get to the questions that okay, perfect. So one of the questions that I have is just around the trainings that are being done for staff as well as for council. And it's a question of is there a plan, or when will we move to having trainings that are kind of BIPOC specific for folks to go to and sort of be in a kind of a safer place. I know this is something that I've done in my work at the university, and it's really kind of a critical part of these trainings because putting people who've been victims of racism into a group with non-BIPOC people who are just learning about their racism is sometimes really traumatic, right? And so I'm just wondering, if there's a plan for that or how that's evolving in terms of providing specific spaces for folks who could say opt into a training that's just for BIPOC folks, because they're talking about different issues often.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember Spear. We are not specifically creating at this point trainings for our colleagues who identify as people of color. However, we are going to be working on building a policy for employee resource groups or for affinity spaces for marginalized staff members, so they can have that space. So we're hoping to have that started here in the next quarter when we get back from some of the travel with the GARE member meeting next week. And that we're hoping to learn some more from our colleagues across the country about some of the best practices for that.
And do folks have, I mean, do they have the opportunity to sort of opt out of these trainings? Are they, you know, I'm just, from some of the things I've observed in other spaces, it's just kind of a concern that I have for folks of color to be.
So I can speak to that a little bit. I really believe in the intentionality of creating affinity groups with the sensitivity that not everyone is going to be at a place where they want to join in that group, right? I think everybody goes through this social justice journey, including people of color, right? We have biases as well, depending on our identities. The sensitivity around it is we have to respect where people are at, and it's not necessarily seeing ourselves as victims, but really creating a space for everybody, including white individuals who really want to explore what it means to have white privilege and examine even fragility that comes up during trainings, to have a space to do that among other white colleagues that can really support the accountability. But also for us, at least for people of color, to have a space to go, gosh, this happened, and without being questioned or knowing that there's going to be a space to be validated. How do you build resiliency with that? Because we have to, and we do a great job at it. But then how do we then support each other as colleagues within these spaces? And so there's sensitivity around it, but there's also intentionality. And we don't want to just create groups just because it sounds like a good idea, but rather because we know it's actually going to be of support. So potentially the first thing that we do is actually evaluate what is the need, what is the interest on having these groups, what would sort of be the composition of these groups, because we need to include our LGBTQ community, perhaps people with disabilities, right? That's a whole nother topic. So I think there's got to be a lot of intentionality behind it, but I appreciate the thought.
Thank you. I had just a couple of other questions. One is there space for youth involvement, or is that being worked on as well? And I'm thinking of a wonderful project that My Emotion Healing and Growing Up Boulder did together that was kind of getting some youth perspectives, I think, for reimagining policing, perhaps. So I'm just curious as to, where that's fitting into some of the current work, if at all yet. I know it's still newer.
Still definitely newer. We do have a robust relationship with Growing Up Boulder. We are in conversation pre-pandemic. We did have a partnership with the I Have a Dream Foundation, where we ran an internship program for students. I think it was like 8 to 10 students that we brought in for a 6-week program, and they were placed in different departments across the organization. We'd also bring them back together 1 day a week so they could do some type of career development or go on a tour and understand some of the work of the city. Like, if you haven't gone to the, I know it's not called the wastewater treatment center now, but if you haven't been there, go, it's amazing. Someone can correct me on what that is called to date. We did lose funding for that during the pandemic. And so, Nuria, that's one of the things I want to talk to you about, about how we can bring that programming back, but also really looking at in 2023, working with CU partners and how we can build a internship program with our partners up at CU as well. And that's something that Councilmember Joseph, I know you have mentioned a couple of times, and we're trying to get our feet under us with our human resources department. Anna Sylvia, did you want to add anything to where your brain is going right now with youth? Okay. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Spear.
Thank you. And just one other question around the toolkits and the goal of getting JEDI teams in all of the different departments by the end of the year. I'm just wondering, are they kind of being given specific goals or outcomes or anything, within the departments? Sort of what's their shining star? What are they heading toward with that?
Appreciate that. So it really depends on where the department is in their initial phases. And so part of the work of that JEDI team is to conduct that assessment that I was talking about, and that will help shape where the prioritization is. For some departments, it'll be, we need to just start having these conversations more broadly. Other departments have been having these conversations, and they're at the phase where they are ready to take an inventory of their policies, their programs, their practices, and really start diving deep into the work and changing those at the departmental level. You also asked about youth engagement, and as I was talking about that, it led me to remember too that our Junior Ranger program, they have adapted our bias and microaggression workshop to have that for their onboarding process with not only their junior rangers, but also their temporary and seasonal employees. So that's an example of a department who's gone beyond where many of our departments are at this point in their journeys, because they've built that Jedi team and they've been going through that process of the assessment. Thank you.
Nicole, is that the end of your questions? All right, thanks. Junie, your hand was up, down, up. I think you're up, and awesome earrings tonight. Assuming you're up, your turn.
Thank you so much. I think Council Member Spear raises a good question about what are we doing when it comes to people of color being in these biases and microaggression trainings. And, you know, as someone who's been through it and having talked with people who's gone through the same training, sometimes these trainings, you leave not feeling better, but feeling worse.
Right.
And maybe part of it as well. And I was looking at the, and I've talked with people who are considered BIPOC who's been through these trainings, and they said, well, it just doesn't feel comfortable the way the training was set up and my experience as part of it. But my question to you, actually, I'm looking at the slides. You said about 987 staff has participated in this training. And my question to you, after the training, have you polled them to find out how was that experience?
Yeah. Ana Sylvia, did you want to?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So in every training, we actually, our wonderful colleague, Emily Sandoval, has created a link for people to fill out a whole evaluation to actually be able to see, engage the knowledge, the impact, the understanding of each of the outcome or the goals for each training. With that, I also want you all to know that we do keep in mind those dynamics that are inevitable and that can happen. And so with that, facilitators we were very intentional from the beginning, and even in the second cohort, bringing in the various voices and identities within our facilitators. We actually do a standard practice in the model where if we can pair up an individual who identifies as white with a person of color to facilitate, and that, and same thing with another other identity. So if it's somebody who identifies as male and female, right? Keeping in mind those dynamics so that there's those perspectives being brought, but that they're also heard in a much more open way. One of the things in terms of my approach and taking more of the lead on the training curriculum and the content is really empowering our colleagues of color to really know that this can be the space for us to share the things that we have gone through. It's not easy, but it was in the cohort we actually noticed most of the facilitators in the first cohort were white. And I think that's a testament of sometimes the dynamics that we face where, well, we just want to see if people are actually going to follow through. We're actually going to see if if facilitators or our white colleagues are really going to walk the talk and actually going to offer support. And so now with this new cohort, we're actually having more facilitators of color jumping in and saying, I want to be part of this movement. I want to be part of this initiative because my story matters. And so that's the approach we take. And of course, it's always the respect. Again, we always say as we're prepping facilitators it is totally up to you how much you end up sharing and not sharing, because you are the one who come first. You got to take care of self-care, especially after those trainings that can be really triggering. But ultimately knowing that our colleagues really come to those trainings with so much willingness to learn and to be challenged by choice, that I think it makes a difference. And then with that, with Councilmember Spear, that's where, you know, those affinity groups can really be helpful, just to find that supportive space. Part of our other effort in these facilitators is we have monthly gatherings that are quite open, very not as structured as one would imagine, because we're trying to interrupt the spaces of how structured we are sometimes in meetings. And so sometimes these are spaces where we get to say and talk as a facilitator of color. This was a really hard experience, and people can share and validate that. Other people can chime in and say, what is it that I can do as another facilitator to really help you through that process? And really make it very relational. I really believe in relational versus transactional work, because that's how we get to transformation within our city. So that's something that's happening. I don't know if that helps answer your question, Councilmember Joseph.
No, thank you for that. Thank you for that answer. I wanted to go back and ask you a question about the equity tools, and maybe I'm thinking maybe that's something Amy could answer. I was a little bit confused as to how many tools we have, and because you mentioned we have a lot, there are many tools, and it seems like we're still developing tools. So I just don't understand how many equity tools do we have?
Yeah. We have the racial equity instrument, which is the longer process that can be applied to any program, policy, or budget decision. That's the training that Ana Silvia mentioned. At this point, we have 177 colleagues who've gone through the process. We also have that group of cohorts that's applying it to some of the council priorities from 2020, what year is it this year, right? 2021. So we have that one. During the pandemic, we released the Rapid Response Racial Equity Assessment, and that's a very high level, quick and dirty 4 questions that we were applying when we were thinking about, okay, we've got this funding, we need to get it spent, we have like 0 time, like here's how we're gonna go through that process. We're utilizing that one less, although we have had some departments and colleagues take that Rapid Response Racial Equity Assessment and utilize it. And when we hear about it, we're like, please use the racial equity instrument. There's far more community engagement that's involved, as well as far more recommendations on data for disparities on race and ethnicity. Then we have the departmental assessment. The departmental assessment is very internal, so departments can assess where they are. There's a work group assessment within that, but then also an individual assessment. So we can say, okay, the city manager's office will pick on us, right? Because we haven't done the assessment yet. We have about 5 people in our department, and I'm making these numbers up totally because we haven't done the assessment. We have about 5 people who really have taken all the workshops, are committed to utilizing the racial equity instrument, understand the goals outlined within the racial equity plan and how all the pieces fit together and what action steps we need to take moving forward. So we can look at that department and say, okay, we need to get better on our training for this. We need to make sure that everybody's normalized. We're all speaking the same language. And then we inventory those internal policies or their programs or the practices, right? And have that group then start to apply the racial equity instrument for that. So really it's like 3 main tools. The unfortunate thing is that we say instrument tool or instrument, or people say tool. We also have the tool kit, which is really a framework for department. Yes, right? We like process. The toolkit, which is really a handbook for departments as they start their JEDI work, their own departmental teams, and it's a step-by-step process of utilize this instrument, this assessment for this. Utilize this group of resources for X. Here's how you start to have the conversation with your colleagues. Here's how you build the coalition. So those are really. Am I forgetting anything, Ana Silvia? I saw you unmute. Yes.
So one more, if you can keep with all the tools with that. One more thing that Ryan mentioned is, so if you can think of it, all of that is for internal purposes.
Right.
One of the things we are developing, and I can speak to this, I'm taking the lead on this with other people, is in developing not a shorter, but just a more condensed version of that instrument tool, but for departments to fill out in order for community connectors and residents to give us their feedback. So if they're thinking about, let's say the library, as this happened last year, they're thinking about creating educational pods for the summer. How does the program manager fill all of this format that is not necessarily the equity instrument tool for an internal process, but more for outer? How do community connectors and residents get a good sense of what they're thinking about the program, who they're going to outreach, what their strategy is, and then being able to receive genuine and honest live feedback from those communities that are so connected to their outer networks to say, this is a great idea. Yes, this would serve our communities in these ways. Or for them to actually say, no, you're going to waste your time. Don't do that because it does us no good. And so that's part of then the active influence in that decision-making process. So it doesn't replace the equity instrument tool. It's just another layer to create programming that is very intentional and holistic.
Makes it more accessible for our connectors too, so they don't have this 13-page document to comb through.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and thank you, Amy and Anna. That was thank you. That was very helpful.
Thanks, Junie. Okay, I have Lauren up next, and then I'll call on myself, and then we can roll into answering staff's questions.
Thank you, Rachel. I really appreciate you guys bringing all of this work forward. It's a lot. One of the questions I have is, how are we making sure do we have a process of checking in internally or externally to get kind of feedback on overall how our implementation is going with this important project?
Awesome. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Folkert. So one of the things that we outlined in the logic model, which is teeny tiny, it's when you're reading the racial equity plan, but it does lift up some of that feedback that you're talking about. And so one of the things that we are hoping to do in 2023 is to embark on another community perception survey. So we can kind of check that against the baseline from 2017. Previously, we also internally, when we started this work, we had done an employee engagement survey. And so we're in conversation about, is that the right approach to check in on this work? Or are we going to be implementing that through mini surveys that we're doing, bringing back micro surveys that we were doing during the pandemic? So that's part of that evaluation process. I will tell you that some of the feedback that we have received internally has really come from the surveys that Ana Silvia and the equity ambassadors have been putting out after the workshops. So we've gotten some good feedback there, but then there's the qualitative feedback that we're getting from colleagues. And I'll ask Ana Silvia to lift this up. It was a conversation we were having the other day about the shift we're seeing in the participant conversations during some of these workshops. So Ana Silvia.
Yeah, that has been a huge telling. One of the things that I mentioned in the presentation is just really being keen and listening to what the feedback of our colleagues is. And when I was facilitating a training with another facilitator, it was very apparent that people wanted to really get to the, yes, we've heard it's not that we've just heard all this, but we know it now. We've gotten various trainings. We're really excited. We want to be very intentional. How do we then have more tools, more things to go through? And so that's how we end up then shifting a little bit more of, well, the history and the resources and the terminology is important, but as people are becoming more familiar with it, what they're actually wanting us to provide is these very tangible steps to take action, whether it's personally or professionally. And so that's a little bit of a shift that we're seeing, and how we'll actually just accommodate some of our training content to be more more driven towards those changes, and ultimately really continue to encourage our colleagues to keep asking the question, well, why do we do that this way? Why is it that how we has it always been this way? And really getting to the root cause. So that's really how we can then create and fathom systems change.
And one of the other, thank you for that, Ana Silvia. One of the other things that we're also going to be lifting up this year are case studies to help our colleagues understand and say, okay, I've been through the training. I'm still having my difficulty of really wrapping my brain about what I can do in my role as X. Right. And so seeing these case studies and getting more robust communication out to our colleagues across the organization is an opportunity to just provide people for more ideas, more opportunities to connect. And then we've heard from some of the connectors the impact externally on what this work is having for them as a member of the community. And I believe we have some more connectors coming on board soon who are people who've historically been very critical of the city, rightfully so, and are now feeling like they have an active role to play. And that's really exciting. It's not to be, not everybody across the organization internally is like, this is awesome, let's do more of this, right? We do have people, as we're doing our evaluations, as we're having conversations, that we know we have more work to do. And so that's, some of that is one-on-one conversations, meeting with people, trying to meet them where they are, and finding out what it is that motivates them to help bring them along. And so some of that hard work that we talk about is that heart work, and that heart work that is such hard work. So thank you for that.
Thank you both.
100%.
Other questions, Lauren? You're good. Okay, so if you could put the questions up that we need to answer while I'm asking my question, that might move us along. And then mine's, I guess, an extension of kind of Lauren's question and your answer to that question, Amy. You know, we're doing a lot of work internally and making decisions, I think, with an eye towards JEDI principles and racial equity, but it's going to be difficult to keep moving forward without community buy-in. And this is a little bit of my answer to your second question as well. So what are we doing externally, or what are we going to gear up to do externally to kind of help, hopefully, I mean, you know, I think racism and implicit biases kind of die hard. And so how will we help people along?
Yeah. Thank you for that question, Mayor Pro Tem. I did want to lift up that I copied and pasted the questions in the chat as well for folks, if that's helpful for the hosts and panelists to see. Hopefully I hit enter on that. In answer to your question, like, this is systemic change that we need to do across the community. I spent a lot of time meeting with some of the service groups across the community and talk to them about our work. I'm going to do a presentation at a church in October who's very invested in this work, and share the resources and the tools and the knowledge that we have. We also do have some of our community partners who have asked if we could, you know, host trainings for them. And we're in a very government space. So we, you know, give people resources or talk to them about partners who we've worked to advance this work. It's the one-on-one relationships with our partners across the community that helps advance this work. And you all, as policy makers and ambassadors, have to be involved in those conversations. We did host one of our pilot projects that we didn't have, that we're short on funding now for, is our community conversations about race. And you saw that outlined in the memo, where we had a partnership with CU, University of Colorado Boulder, and representatives from Naropa, and also from Boulder County. And we put together a dinner series that we had groups of community members do a 4-part. The first pilot was 4-part dinner series. The second was a 6-part dinner series where community members could come together and have conversations focused on the racial inequities in Boulder and what they could do as individuals to help shift the systems and the interactions that they have with people. And so those are just some of the things, but it's all of us. And what is our role as government individuals, right? Stewards of democracy, and just helping support community how they can in these conversations.
Thanks, Amy, for that answer. And it looks like Tara is eager to answer your question. So I will call in Tara first, and then anyone else who's willing and able to answer the 2 questions, please throw up your hand and I will call on you next.
I'm particularly interested in answering what's going well and what excites you most. So Amy, I'm a huge fan of yours and the team and this great work. I'm also a huge fan of that JEDI acronym. I think it's fantastic. You can never forget those words now.
There you go.
One of my favorite things was when I was on Parks and I did the bias and microaggression workshop. I think it's interesting we're talking about it. For me, it was actually life-changing, things that I didn't think about ever before, maybe conversations I had with people that thought differently than me. I still remember, it was at least a year ago, right, Amy?
Mm-hmm.
And I still remember it to this day. So, but Ryan, I also want to thank you about mentioning that March 31st planning board meeting. I got to listen to that video. It was excellent. So thanks to whoever put that together. I thought what I would do is mention the 9 to 11 most exciting things, because first of all, the community probably didn't read the memo, but also I think the team should know what great work they did and what's exciting to me. So I'm going to go for it, but tell me if I'm speaking too fast because I don't want people to get bored. I like when things happen in real time, not just concepts, but when things really do get done. So most of the exciting things for me are about what got done. That would be the hiring of a revenue agent fluent in Spanish, translating key sections of the sales tax website into Spanish, and Spanish translation of the 2020 COVID business grants, direct assistance to help small businesses fill out applications, including translation assistance. I know this, to me, this is very exciting. 2021 business license renewal outreach with messaging in Nepali and Spanish, and also working with the Boulder Latino Chamber. I was very excited about some things that I learned for the first time: equitable prioritization of water uses, less reliance on price to incentivize behavior, equity in the flood and stormwater master plan update. Now, I know that stormwater is not a real thriller, but I actually think it is, and was very excited to hear that we were applying the equity plan to our master plans as well. I'm excited about that. And for my very last exciting points, I'm going to say Enfield Tate Municipal Building renaming and the awesome mural, the land acknowledgement, which is really special. It's very deep. Climate justice collaboration, and the wonderful community connectors program. These are the very exciting things for me. And as far as council goes, the fact that we were able to do something about the boards and commissions, and we continue to, and I'm really looking forward to chats and walks and office hours from community members that we do not hear from so much. So I'm hoping that that would happen in a great way. And lastly, I want to thank Anna Sylvia about your comment about it being relational as the most important, because relationships are how we get change and how we actually change ourselves. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you for that.
Top 10. Thank you, Tara. I'd like you to do more of those. Anyone else want to answer the 2 questions? I will say in about 2 minutes, we will be at time for this if we wanted to be on track for time. So just throwing that out there. Mayor Brockett.
Well, Tara, thank you for that. That was such a great list. I'll say ditto to your list. You covered the highlights, and so I won't say them all over again. I will call out the Community Connector program though, because I've just found their involvement to be so powerful. The people from the different walks of life that are not always as represented at open comment and city public hearings. So getting that active outreach and hearing from them directly, I've just found incredibly helpful in the initiatives that they've been involved with. And I really appreciated hearing again about how East Boulder subcommunity plan about the very active involvement from those folks and in some innovative ways. And it sounded like it made a real difference, which is just fantastic. So then I'll just say in terms of perceived barriers, the one thing that I still sometimes don't see is exactly how considerations of racial equity are being applied on a topic by topic, decision by decision basis, right? Because I think it is something that we should be working into everything that we do. And while I strive to keep it in my mind always on every issue, and I think many of us do, and the city staff does as well, it's not always as explicit in some of the analysis. So that was part of why I was asking about the racial equity instrument, because when we do those deep dives using those instruments, then we get a really great sense of how racial equity issues are being dealt with on a particular topic in a particular decision. So my, in terms of like what would be helpful to me is just the more of that we can get on a topic by topic basis, I think the better off we'll all be. So I know it's not quick and simple, but we're not in this work because it's quick and simple, right? Like we're doing it because it's important. So the more that we can apply that tool or the rapid one, if it's suitable for some other things, I think the better off we are. And then a request I would make is, if it's possible, to have a sense as we deal with each topic to what extent we've analyzed these issues as part of the process. I think that would be helpful. We have our economic and social, and we have a three-legged stool thing that comes in each thing. And I would welcome a fourth one of saying, how has racial equity been addressed, in this particular topic? So it's kind of a big ask, but it would be really helpful to know how much we've been able to analyze it in each area, or if we weren't, or to what extent we have. So that would be my request to the extent possible.
Thank you, Mayor Brockett.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Nicole?
Thank you. For the first one, I'm just going to echo Aaron. The community connectors is kind of consistently where at least I, as a policymaker, feel like I get the most helpful information in terms of thinking about making decisions and things like that. So thank you for that program, and thank you to all the community connectors who are working really hard to make sure that we have representation in our engagement. So thank you. I think in the interest of time, I'm just going to pick a couple of barriers. I do feel like there are a lot. They're significant. We are a majority white community. We are a majority white decision-making body. We have all kind of had racism baked into us since we were, even before we were born, honestly. Undoing that is hard. So I think there are a number of barriers, but one of the things just around this engagement topic that I've been thinking about is reading through the racial equity plan, reading through all the progress that's been made. I don't really see where there's accountability for us as council people to take equity into account in our decision-making. I just don't, I'm not seeing accountability for us, right? I guess maybe it kind of comes at the ballot box ultimately, but I would love that. I feel like it's missing. It's a critical piece of this. How can we ensure that decision makers are prioritizing this work? And I think the other, I think as long as I'm here, I will certainly continue to bring this up. But I would really just love for us to think about that. How can we set future councils up for success in this work by bringing in accountability. And the other thing I will bring up is, this work gets really hard, and it's difficult to have these conversations. And I think that sometimes as a city, we run into contention with some of the groups that are working toward racial equity in our community. And I wonder how we can sort of commit as a city, as a council, to working through that rather than backing away from it because it's challenging, because it doesn't feel good. How can we kind of dive into it and make sure that we are, if we're finding contention, if we are feeling attacked or something like that, how do we dive into it? How do we work on understanding the situation, rebuilding, or maybe building for the first time some of the trust that needs to be there? Because as a city, we don't have a great history when it comes to racial equity, and I really appreciate that we're talking about this now and focused on it. And what is our plan? How are we working through some of those situations where things get hard, so that we're not creating barriers between us and as a body and groups in the community. And there, I think it's a lot of conversation. It's a lot of listening. It's a lot of sitting through hard spaces. And, that's certainly work that we can all do as council people and as staff, I think.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Thanks, Nicole. Matt?
Thanks, Rachel. I won't repeat the good stuff that's been said before me, and I know we're sort of short on time, so I'll touch on two questions. What really excites me about this work, and speaking as a privileged white man, it's the personal and community growth that comes from this. It's the knowing and having experienced that this is hard work. It's like working out. I mean, you're sore. And that's a good thing, because I think that means you're pushing your own personal envelope in new places rather than just being in a safe place where it doesn't try you, it doesn't tax you, it doesn't move me. And that's what I enjoy about the work, is it expands me as a person. And so I like to keep us going. I hope others revel in that expansion of who they are as a person, as an individual, as a parent, as a spouse, as a community member, as an employee, all those things. This is expansive work, and I think we all grow from it. And that's what excites me the most, is the growth we are already seeing across the city department in that aspect. In terms of barriers, I think one of them is really like getting city staff and council to what I would say is, it's not quantifiable, but a saturation point at which our racial equity work becomes a foundation of our institutions. I think we're still building that, but to me, I think as we get closer, we get to a place of diminishing returns where we put more and more work to get there, but you're sort of at the tail end of the curve. And so I think forging through that process to get to that saturation point where it is just foundational, I think is going to be a big barrier. And I know I'm committed to getting there. I just know, and really to kind of Nicole's point, it gets hard and we steer away from the complexity and the challenge of it. But I think we need to sort of drive harder to do that. And that, I think, is a barrier to get to that place where it's institutionalized.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Benjamin.
Thanks, Matt. Junie, and then Lauren, and then I will call on myself if there are no other hands.
Rachel, did you take down the questions by any chance, or I just don't see
them? I would love to say that I had like the computer wherewithal to know how to do that, Junie. Nope. But I do see them
in the chat.
They're in the chat still, though, and I can read them for you if you'd like.
Thank you. Well, here they are. Remember that.
Okay. And maybe you can read them so the community knows again what we're answering while you're at it.
Yeah, no, I don't have them in front of me, but I remember what we're talking about. So here, the stuff that are doing well, I agree fully with Tara. The entire list, I support and concur with everything that she said. And the 2 points, or at least the things I put the asterisk around, is the community connectors. Because again, community engagement is so important to all of us council members. We want the same access that is available for someone who is wealthy, someone who has the time, is the same access we want to be available to, people who don't speak English, or people who speak only Spanish or other languages. And also, it's a bridge. It's a bridge, and it's not just for. We also have African American community connectors as well. So I really think it's a great program, and I hope other cities will learn from us for best practice purposes. And another thing that I'm happy, or how could I say that I'm proud that we undertake, which was the municipal building name change to honor Mayor Tate. That was really great. It was impactful. People have reached out to me and told me how proud they were, and they feel there was some type of a restoration, because a lot of us know the history. The work that he done was truly amazing in the community, but at the same time there were pain and hurt, so that was some form of restoration, and we can call it restorative justice as well, because he was such a humanitarian, someone who did great work in the community. So now let's talk about the barriers. I have to say, the barrier that I see, it's similar to the question that I asked earlier. There are a lot of tools, a lot of them. I'm sure you think they are very helpful. My fear is when you have a tool for everything, it might get to be too much. And I'm wondering, why do we have so many tools? Why isn't it consolidated to one or two tools? Because having a lot of tools, you may think, yeah, because we're being specific when it comes to each issues, but I wonder how effective is that, having that many tools. I like the question, or at least the comment made by Nicole earlier about the engagements. You mentioned a lot of the partners. Again, that's part of our job, to reach out to community, and you're doing that. I don't have too many comments about that, but hopefully, there is deep engagement in bringing every group together. Groups that are frustrated with us, because that happens. There are quite a few groups that are frustrated with us, but still bringing them as part of the conversation, because that's part of the work as well. And overall, I think it's great. I would like to see, I think, who mentioned that? There's a council member who mentioned something. I think it was Aaron, Mayor Brockett. He said something about concrete actions. That's what I get out of what he said. I would like to see more concrete steps coming out from this racial equity, whether it's the guiding coalition or just from your department. When you come before council and you make statements, and it's very highly theoretical, and it's good, we aspire to these wonderful things. And Tara mentioned 10, so that's a lot, right? But I think coming with concrete actions and steps that we've taken to make people's lives better in the community, to me, that's what I want to see every time that you come here. Thank you.
Thanks, Junie. Lauren?
Thank you. I agree with a lot of what's been said around what's working well. I have an additional comment on that, which is, I appreciate the city taking a really foundational approach and looking at what's within control of the city's organization itself, really focusing in on the training, the hiring, things that start and end with the city and the city organization. And I think that that's helps build the foundation of trust as we move into other decisions and outreach in the community. What I'm excited about is sort of those next steps. I have to admit, I'm more excited about, what those policies, once you've gone through the departments and done these assessments and start to look at the policies coming from the departments and what kinds of changes can be made there. That's, for me, that's the work that I think sort of similar to the work that we're doing on climate change, looking for these pieces that have ripples beyond what we're doing and trying to have impacts, the biggest impacts we can to create positive change. In terms of what I see as our barriers, I think there's kind of, we've talked a little bit about accountability. There's our personal and growth as a community on these topics and celebrating success. And for me, I don't know why everything relates to climate change, but that's like the recycling symbol. Like they're kind of these three pieces that all feed together. And so making sure that we're sort of reinforcing all of those. And as council members, I think we can help by having difficult conversations publicly and, kind of helping show how we are working through these issues and the struggle.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Lauren. So I'll go next briefly, and I think that we are a little bit over time here. So I will say I agree with the positives about what's going well, and I'm excited about a lot of the same things other people are excited about. The barrier that I'm most concerned about, I would say, that hasn't been discussed much yet is just, as I was getting at earlier, the bringing the community along with us. Because if we're moving in a way that the community doesn't agree with, our decisions can be undone by ballot measures or people get voted out. I say that as someone who does not intend to run for office again, so it's not self-serving. I'm saying, like, we have to bring the community along, or else it won't have long-term success and impact. So and the second part of that question is, as policymakers, how do we mitigate those barriers? I think Lauren was just getting at that with having the hard conversations, and Amy mentioned one-on-one. So I think we may need to dig deeper with our constituents and constituencies and really help to build those bridges, because I think we all believe earnestly in this work and want this to succeed, and want, if we have if we run an issue through the racial equity instrument and it points strongly towards this is going to be helpful, and the community's not with us on that, then it could get undone. And I think that's a heartbreaking result. So that's the barrier, and I hope that we can dig deep as leaders in helping create sticking solutions. So with that, I think, Amy, I will ask if we have answered your questions.
Yes. Ryan, Anna, Sylvia, Taylor, do you feel complete? Okay.
Yay, everybody feels complete. That's wonderful. Okay, so we are going to wrap up. This is exciting to be 1 year into this work. We got a lot of work left to do, but thank you all for Anna, Sylvia, and Amy, and Ryan, and Taylor for this great presentation, and for all the work you're doing, and Nuria and teams. With that, I think, does anybody want to break right now before we go into part 2 of this? Can I see a hand if anybody? I see a couple. We do want to break. Okay, let's take a 5-minute, and then we will come back and dig into, we'll dig into the East Boulder subcommunity 90%. For those still here, we are now going to end interpretive services. So thank you for being with us, and thank you everyone for paying attention to speaking slowly and whatnot. I'll see you at 7:41.
Thank you, Marina and Elena. We appreciate your interpretation tonight. Thank you so much.
Thanks for rejoining, Nicole. Bob. We don't even need a quorum. I think I could just start.
We were even a little early.
I'm here as well. I'm keeping my camera off for now.
Thanks for letting us know. I see Lauren, I see Tara. Thanks, Mark. Looks like waiting for Matt and Aaron. Send up a flare, Matt or Aaron, if you're here. Got a mayor.
I was just making sure my roof hadn't blown off.
It is yet again very windy out.
Pretty fierce.
All right, I'll give Matt a couple more seconds.
It's so windy, I feel like we should be talking about fire mitigation tonight. But I know it's not this week.
You're up in 2 weeks, I think, with that. Okay, and we have Matt. So we will get going with the second agenda item for tonight, which is the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan 90% point feedback discussion. And before we get into this, before I turn it over to Nuria and staff, just want to say, I think we will hold any clarifying questions that we have during the presentation until after both staff and the work group, and I think a planning board member do their presentation. So please just jot down and hold your questions. Thank you, Kathleen, for that until the end of all three of those. Okay, with that, I will turn over to Nuria.
Great, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And this is another one of those things that has been talked about and worked on for quite a few years now. A lot of exciting work has gone into it. And I will throw it to Kathleen King and our Planning and Development Services Department to kick that work off.
Great. Thank you so much for having us tonight. We have a presentation to go through, so I'll ask Emily to pull up the slides. Perfect. I'm really excited to be here to share the latest draft of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan and hear Council's feedback. This is an important plan for the community, and it's been a great project to work on with City Council over the past 3 years. So Emily, if you could go to the next slide and we will take a look at the agenda. We'll do a presentation first. We'll walk council through pieces of the East Boulder plan, and I'll be joined by my colleague, Jean Sanson from Transportation. And then we're gonna hear a report out from the March 31st Planning Board session from our outgoing Planning Board Chair, David Ensign. And then we'll also hear from Erin Bagnall, who's a member of the East Boulder Working Group, and she'll be speaking about the plan and the working group process. Then we have just a couple of questions for council, and the questions are intended to help us make final changes to the plan, final edits, and really work on finalizing the project. So next slide, please. So the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan is only the second plan of this scale that the city has ever done. The last subcommunity plan was the North Boulder Plan, which was completed in the 90s. And we're still working on the implementation of recommendations from the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan. So you might think of things like the North Boulder Library or upgrades to North Broadway. We would expect a similar timeline for implementation of the East Boulder Plan and anticipate that change in this area will happen gradually over the next 20 years. Next, please. Subcommunity plans are part of the city's suite of tools to help us implement the broad goals of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan at the neighborhood level. So once a subcommunity plan is adopted, it will help guide changes to development standards and zoning and inform planning and funding of our capital improvement program for years to come. As an example, one of the council member questions that was sent in advance of tonight's meeting was about how the subcommunity plan and updates to the use tables would work together. So the sub-community plan describes specific allowed and conditional uses for different areas of the sub-community. These descriptions will inform future work on use tables as well as other potential zoning changes. Next, please. So the project has been going on for 3 years. We kicked off the planning process in 2019 and went through a series of tasks. First, conducting an inventory and analysis to really understand what the existing conditions of the subcommunity are, and then coming up with ideas for potential changes to the area, testing the outcomes of those changes, and developing strategies for future implementation. We were last with City Council in July to review and discuss the 60% draft plan, and today we're nearing completion of the plan and looking for your feedback to help refine recommendations and complete the project. Next. We've had excellent participation by the community throughout the process. Over 23 different engagement events and opportunities. I think 24 if we count the most recent community meeting. And the process has also been guided by a working group of 21 community members who have met 30 times over the last 3 years to help shape recommendations of the plan and communicate the project out to the community. And thank you to my colleagues in communications and engagement for the great presentation earlier tonight on our community connectors who had great impacts on the process and outcomes of the project. Next. So during the 60% draft engagement window, a couple major themes came up in community feedback. Community members were interested in options for increasing the amount of housing and diversity of housing planned in the area. There was also feedback indicating a need for greater detail describing the areas of change, particularly building and neighborhood character. And then finally, feedback described a need for the plan to better describe support for local businesses, particularly industrial and service businesses. So as I walk through the plan this evening, I'll describe how we've made revisions to align with this feedback. Next. So just as a reminder before I go into the plan, here are the key questions that we will pull up during the discussion. Next, please. Okay, so the draft plan. For those that are new to the project, the East Boulder subcommunity is located north of Arapahoe and east of Foothills Parkway and includes some key community assets like Belmont City Park and Boulder Community Health Foothills campus, along with a lot of light industrial businesses and office parks. And we've seen some recent change in the area. Our charge with this project was to create a plan with the community to help manage that change and deliver outcomes that are important to Boulder. Next, please. The vision for East Boulder is to evolve into a thriving industrial area with interesting places to work, live, play, and do business. This will be achieved by integrating diverse housing and retail options into existing industrial areas. Next. New connections, enhancements to our current transportation network, and other mobility improvements will make getting around without a car much easier. Next. We've heard strong support from community members for 15-minute walkable neighborhoods. The plan accomplishes this with key land use changes that will allow for a better mix of uses, including housing. We've heard some people are concerned about increased traffic congestion. The plan outlines different strategies to manage future demand on roadways in East Boulder. And we've heard that the plan should provide details about how all of this will happen. The plan also includes an implementation section where policies, projects, and programs offer a path to realization of the plan's vision over the next several years. Next, please. So there's 4 major components of the East Boulder plan: a land use plan, a connections plan, that recommendation section that I just mentioned, and then finally the 55th and Arapahoe Station Area Plan. This particular component offers more detailed recommendations for one of the key areas of change in East Boulder. So I'm gonna walk through these different sections and give you a sense of what the plan covers. Next, please. So we'll start with the land use plan. the recommendations for land use includes changes to the current BVCP land use map. Approximately 250 acres that are currently designated as light industrial are proposed to change to mixed-use neighborhoods. This modification will bring new opportunities for integrating residential, commercial, and retail spaces and places with existing sub-community businesses and workplaces. The plan also makes some modifications that will better align the BVCP land use map with existing conditions, protect small business space through community industrial designations, and identifies important natural assets and wetlands with environmental preservation designations. The land use plan also provides updated definition for mixed-use industrial designation and creates a new use designation called mixed-use transit-oriented development. Next, please. At the 60% draft, Council asked staff and the working group to consider additional locations for expansion of the mixed-use industrial designation to a couple of locations, including the area south of Pearl Street and an area north of Flatirons Golf Course. After carefully considering these changes and asking the community about these options and potential outcomes, the plan extends the mixed-use industrial land use category to the 55th Street corridor, envisioning a connective corridor between the station area at 55th and Arapahoe and the Flatiron Business Park. Other areas have maintained their industrial designations to retain business space, avoid impacts to the floodplain, and concentrate change in key areas. Next, please. This section of the plan also looks at each of the proposed areas of change to describe how these areas might evolve in the future and what some key features of each neighborhood might include. You'll also see that this section describes conceptually how much of different types of space might redevelop in the future. This defines how we think about the potential for new homes and changes in jobs numbers. Next, please. The land use map describes a lot of changes to mixed-use neighborhoods. Feedback from boards and many community members described a desire for more detailed guidance on what those neighborhoods should include and what they look like. The place type section of the plan provides that additional guidance. Next, please. Place type descriptions and performance standards will help inform any future zoning changes that we make to these areas of change. Since the 60% draft, council and community feedback informed the combination of some place type designations and how we work to further distinguish the differences between these types. Next, please. When we apply these place types to the subcommunity and model out potential impacts, we anticipate that the recommended land use changes and design guidance for place types could allow for approximately 5,000 homes in East Boulder. We would conservatively anticipate that about a quarter of these homes would be permanently affordable. This is an increase of about 1,000 units that were planned in the 60% draft. This increase is a result of revising the place types map and performance standards and modeling out how those changes could potentially result in housing opportunities. Most of that change can be seen along the 55th Street corridor, where we've extended the innovation TOD place type, which is one of the more intense designations. Next. This change increases the total number of housing units in the city by 11% and total number of affordable units by 32%. Next, please. There's of course, a lot of interest in how the new homes in the area is balanced with jobs. So here's a breakdown of potential homes and additional jobs that could be created for these areas of change. An important consideration when we talk about future jobs is that any job projection is actually a measurement of space. We are not predicting the number of people, but we use a ratio to understand how available space may support a certain number of jobs. That's why what you see in the plan is a breakdown of space by use type and not necessarily jobs. If there's further questions about this, I'm happy to walk through our methodology during the question and answer discussion period. But for now, Park West neighborhood, we are anticipating 375 new jobs. So that's not total, but new jobs. And then to compare that to new homes in the area, we're looking at 1,300. In Park East, it's 125 new jobs. Along the 55th Street corridor in Flatiron Business Park, the concept includes 200 new jobs, and at the stamp or the station area at 55th and Arapahoe, there is workspace for 2,000 jobs. But again, these jobs numbers really represent space. And as we continue to come out of the pandemic and different businesses retool how they accommodate people and employees, these numbers will certainly change. So next, please. The next major component is the connections plan. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Jean Sanson, to walk us through some of the key features of this section.
Thank you, Kathleen, and good evening, Council. My name is Jean Sanson, a Principal Transportation Planner with the Department of Transportation and Mobility. So I'm going to talk about the Transportation Mobility chapter of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. So today, when we think about East Boulder, it's an area that, as you all know, over the years has largely been designed for motor vehicles. And options to travel by any mode other than a vehicle are fairly limited, and dispersed patterns of development have grown up around the car. And so street blocks are typically long and disconnected. And as land uses change and infill and redevelopment bring a greater mix of jobs and housing to the area, as Kathleen just described, the transportation network and the mobility options will also evolve to support this transformation. So supporting the network of businesses and new residents that Kathleen described includes some major recommendations that will contribute to our access and mobility goals. This chapter of the plan supports the vision of the land use plan while also responding to the many, many community comments we received about transportation needs and upgrades in the area. So let's start with the connections plan. The connections that are shown here are intended to support new land uses by 1, improving access into and through these redevelopment areas, 2, expanding the pedestrian and bicycle network throughout the subcommunity, and then 3rd, creating opportunities for street activation and vibrancy in these evolving 15-minute neighborhoods. So the major recommendations of the connections plan should look pretty consistent with what was included in the 60% draft. And in response to council feedback, we updated our map to simplify the recommendations and show the full system of proposed improvements in a more readable way. So in the map you see here, the geographic extent of each new connection is shown, as well as how the proposed connections are integrated into the existing network of roads and pedestrian and bicycle and transit facilities. Next slide. Accompanying the new connections map is a description of each new street connection, as well as connections that are primarily intended to serve pedestrians and bicyclists, the purpose or intent of the new connection, and the street type as identified in the city's design and construction standards. For the new connections, we're increasing the number of pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and in particular, based on council feedback, we took another look at the stamp or the station area itself to identify opportunities to better connect bicyclists from the Boulder Creek Greenway to 55th Street and the station area via more grade-separated bicycle routes as shown on the map. Also, in response to questions from council prior to this evening's meeting, I'd like to point out that all of the connections and the transportation network improvements in the plan will safely accommodate truck and goods movement along with safe and comfortable bicycle and pedestrian travel to minimize conflicts between those users. So as per our transportation master plan and our low stress walk and bike network, we match up our bicycle and pedestrian treatments like buffered bike lanes or vertically separated bicycle facilities with the characteristic of the environment. So for example, on larger high volume streets, our approach is to create greater separation and protection for bicyclists from vehicles. And then on our local streets, we use more of a shared approach, a slow speed environment for vehicles and bicyclists to minimize conflicts. So just to say, the plan will be incorporated into the TMP and replace portions of earlier network plans that cover East Boulder. And transportation improvements included in the connections plan will be installed by property owners as part of redevelopment and through city projects. Next. Thanks. Another component of the transportation chapter is what we refer to as system enhancements. These are transportation network improvements that are recommended for consideration in the next TMP update to improve existing facilities for all modes of travel. The enhancements range in scale from completing missing sidewalks to initiating design of the 55th Street corridor to incorporate protected bicycle facilities. You'll also notice that in response to board feedback, we did build out recommendations for mobility hubs throughout the sub-community. And these hubs are places where people can connect to multiple modes of transportation with a focus on really improving their travel experience with high quality infrastructure and amenities like secure bicycle and micromobility parking, or car share vehicles and wayfinding and real-time transit information. And while these hubs should provide context-sensitive solutions that are adaptable to a variety of locations, an important recommendation of the plan is for the city to establish standards for the design and operation of these mobility hubs. Next slide, please. This next set of projects for future study may be located outside the areas of change in East Boulder, but have been identified by community members throughout the sub-community engagement process and city staff as potential projects warranting further study for future consideration or investment. So following adoption of the sub-community plan, these projects should be tracked to determine when and how they're incorporated into future city departments' work plans. For example, preliminary engineering for the East Arapahoe corridor is a project that CDOT is initiating this year, while the potential for a Fast Tracks Northwest rail station at 55th Street is something we've heard as a desire from our community and which we will continue to examine as rail discussions with RTD proceed. So with that, I'll hand this back over to Kathleen.
Thanks, Jean. If you could advance the next slide. So the next piece of the plan outlines recommendations for policies, programs, and projects that will help implement each of our plan's goals for access and mobility, arts and culture, design quality and placemaking, housing affordability and diversity, resilience and climate commitment, and local business. This is a new section that has been added since the 60% draft. Many of the initial ideas for this section came directly from our community members through the engagement process. Next, please. Recommended programs and projects are identified along with key steps towards implementation and guidance on prioritization. This tool will be used by city staff to develop future work plans, capital improvement planning, and develop partnerships throughout the community to implement these recommendations. Next slide, please. So the final major component is the 55th and Arapahoe Station Area Plan. This document provides greater detail for recommendations in this area of change. A regional mobility hub planned at 55th and Arapahoe will be served by high-quality, high-frequency bus rapid transit in the future as part of the State Highway 7 BRT project that the city has been working on in collaboration with CDOT, RTD, and our neighboring communities. The station area plan provides site-specific guidance. Next slide, please. Site-specific guidance on issues like redevelopment strategies, design characteristics, and building performance. Next. Provides a greater level of detail for new and enhanced connections within the station area. Next. And that includes recommendations for street design specific to each of those revised connections that Jean was highlighting in the station area. Next, please. The document similarly offers an implementation matrix to help prioritize projects and realize the vision for this catalytic site. Next slide. So those are really the major components of the subcommunity plan. After collecting your feedback tonight, we'll be working on making final changes to the plan and completing the documents. We're scheduled for a joint public hearing with Planning Board in May, and both bodies will need to approve the plan for adoption. Following adoption, we can begin working on implementation of the plan, which will begin with making the land use changes to the BVCP land use map and kicking off studies for code changes. Next, please. So that wraps up my presentation. I would like to turn it over to our planning board chair, who's been involved, I think, throughout the life of the project, David Ensign, and then we'll hear from our working group member, Aaron Bagnall. So I invite you, David, to say hello and speak, and great to have you.
Great. I should be unmuted and hopefully you can hear me. Good evening, City Council members. I appreciate the invitation to have one last duty as a planning board member and meet with you to give you a brief summary of the March 31st review of the 90% plan that you see in front of you tonight, and to address any questions you might have that I can answer on behalf of the entire board. From planning board's perspective, it's rewarding to be able to work on strategic planning for comprehensively envisioning the future of target areas in Boulder. And planning board has been quite unified in support of sub-community planning when it can be incorporated into the city's work plan, since it not only gives us the opportunity to define new criteria that will help us achieve our preferred outcomes in targeted areas, but also allows for extensive community engagement. I did want to mention that on that March 31st meeting, we were able to hear from several other working group members. Aaron Bagnall is going to be here tonight, but we also heard from community connectors, Anna Karina Casa Siberia and Letty Garcia, who provided unique perspectives on their contributions to the working group. And we also heard from Peter Awida and Laura Kaplan. So it was really great to hear from this diverse group what resonated with them during the process. Throughout the life of the working group, we've also had John Gerstle, a planning board member who served as our liaison. So we benefited from his extensive knowledge of the work, and we really appreciated John's commitment to attending all of those working group meetings. Planning board's feedback on the 90% draft of the plan was generally supportive, and there was appreciation expressed for how feedback on the 60% plan from last year were addressed. The walking tours that staff organized for council members and boards really helped people visualize the proposed changes. Members expressed enthusiasm about introducing transit-oriented development into our land use designations. And the place types are really useful to inform what potential zoning might look like. A good example of that is the Parkside Residential, which describes how open space areas can be taken advantage of for adjacent housing. So some general concerns that planning board members have expressed in the past and also articulated in this last review include generally whether there will be mechanisms in the plan, land use and zoning to assure that there will be a positive effect on reducing the jobs housing imbalance in Boulder. The second big one is whether we will be able to make progress in missing middle and affordable housing ownership with the plan. The third, whether there will be ways to assure a good mix of housing types. And the fourth, whether we can keep the industrial and commercial spaces affordable as these areas become more and more attractive for development. So each member, of course, has a different perspective on these concerns. They get to the ongoing recognition of the tension between market forces and our desired outcomes. So while rezoning will be able to put tighter controls on these types of concerns, there may also be citywide initiatives that have to be also that we have to continue to look at to address concerns that are beyond the scope of this specific plan. The concerns, though, that I enumerated led to a couple of the areas Kathleen mentioned in the memorandum that some board members asked for further analysis on. The first being the maximum build out area calculations and job projections for Flatiron Business Park. And the second being a list of local mixed use industrial neighborhoods that are comparable to what could be expected for proposed mixed use industrial of East Boulder. So being able to kind of see what an equivalent type of neighborhood is either within the Boulder area or another Colorado community. Kathleen also summarized recommended revisions to the draft plan, which is that second key issue that you'll be discussing tonight. I won't repeat them all since they're in your packet, but I wanted to mention that I did see Council Member Wallach's concern about referencing the airport. I think when that came up, one board member was interested in trying to make some strategic analysis of the airport. And I think most of the other board members kind of said, oh no, we should, potentially it should be addressed as just a placeholder or acknowledging that it's within the boundaries, but it would be out of scope to do any kind of strategic commentary. So I think that it was just like we do with the power plant, which is also mentioned in there, just mentioned that it's in the boundaries, but that it isn't being addressed in this version of the plan. So with that, I'll just say that I appreciate that Kathleen captured all the recommendations that we had. I think all the board members expressed a lot of appreciation to staff, Kathleen, Jean Gatza, Jean Sanson, and working so hard over the last 3 years to produce the plan. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, David.
Real quick, Bob, I see your hand up. We were hoping to hold questions till the end of all three presentations.
Can I just take this moment to thank Dave Ensign for his 5 years of service on our planning board. He's been a wonderful member of the community and a wonderful leader of our planning board. And I just want to thank him so much for all of his service.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah. I echo that as well. And I just say you did a good job keeping all those people in the bus quiet during your presentation.
Well, these are actually the people from the first bus tour that the working group did, I think. I used that picture like in a review we did way back about 2-3 years ago. So it's kind of cool. Oh, and by the way, I'll just say that I did do that last meeting from Iceland because I didn't realize I would be in a third meeting in March. So the meeting ended at somewhere close to 4 in the morning.
You're a champion, David Ensign. Okay, back to Kathleen. David, you're not going to go anywhere right now, right? You're going to stay and answer questions.
I'll be here for the questions. Yeah.
Great. So now I'm very happy to introduce Erin Bagnall, who has been on the working group also for the life of the project. So Erin, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Kathleen, and good evening to you guys, council members. Thanks for hearing from me. My name is Erin Bagnall, and I've had the pleasure of working with Kathleen and Jean Gatza and Jean Sanson and so many other great, wonderful City of Boulder employees throughout this last 3-year working group process. It's been a really long but very valuable experience. I think everyone feels that way, and we're excited to see this come to some sort of culmination soon. And get to the rest of the good work that needs to be done here. It's been great to participate in this working group. I'm a longtime Boulder resident and a member of the design community and an avid biker. So all of these things are, once they're realized, are going to be so exciting for myself. And honestly, what an amazing opportunity that we have here with the East Boulder to plan for the future of Boulder. What I wanted, my main message really is, and I said this to the planning board last week or 2 weeks ago, what you're seeing tonight in front of you is about balance. There's been a lot of many different conversations with people of many differing views. As I'm sure you know, there are people in Boulder that would prefer things remain exactly the same, and an equal amount of people that would like them to change more. So in planning for the future of Boulder, we have to entertain a lot of different options, but most importantly, make good educated decisions as leaders. So what I did for the planning board, and I think I'm going to do for you here tonight, is walk through the areas of change on the plan and just go through how we came about deciding where to put the areas of change, because they are strategic. So Kathleen, I don't know who would be able to put up that map for me. If not.
So you'll go to number 37, Emily.
So I'll just keep talking while you're bringing this up, Emily. As I said, these areas were strategically chosen by the working group through a lot of a lot of meetings and discussions. And city staff did a great job selecting a variety of working group members from a lot of different areas of the community and had a lot of different perspectives. So as a group, the main goal of the plan is to increase areas of walkable, diversified neighborhoods and communities in the areas most appropriate, and preserve areas of affordable industrial where they are most appropriate. So analysis of the existing East Boulder area plan boundary that you're looking at right here in the red dot. There's no residential within the city limits. So there is San Lazaro community, but that is currently not within city limits. Hopefully it will be at some point. And there's a really poorly connected multimodal transportation network. None of these communities are currently connected to one another. So this process is going to change that and make a better East Boulder in the future. So we have, in planning for the future, we decided that strategic densification made the most benefit for everyone. So I'll start with Valmont Park West. Neighborhood to the north, a city park to the east, multi-use greenway connection to the south, and a major transit corridor to the west. So allowing for mid-density development of homes here in this desirable location would not only create more opportunities for people to live in Boulder, but it would create more opportunities for the existing neighborhood to the north. And together they could be a community. Walkable. The same is true for Valmont Park East. There's an established neighborhood to the northeast, San Lazaro, a city park to the west, multi-use greenway connections to the south. It's within the elbow of these transit corridors, Valmont, Pearl Parkway, 55th. And so again, allowing for a mid-density development of homes here creates a lot of opportunities for people and adds community benefits to the neighborhood. Then we have Flatirons Business Park. So this is where we thought is a great opportunity within this existing business and office area in Boulder that's already starting to kind of show its own little funky personality. There's an adjacent bike path to the east and the north. It's bounded by 55th. So, this provides an opportunity to allow for what Boulder needs. Transit connection improvements, housing and community innovation. Oh, sorry, I messed up. Housing and community innovation hubs. It's hard to read and look at this slide at the same time. I apologize. So lastly, there is the 55th and Arapahoe station area, what we commonly refer to as STAMP. The transit-oriented development part of the area plan is quite appropriately at the intersection of Arapahoe and 55th. Arapahoe being the transit corridor that will connect our community of Boulder to all our communities to the east, one of them at least. You've heard from Jean Sanson, so there's a lot planned for this area. When we imagine the future of Boulder and an appropriate growth and smart density, this is where it makes the most sense. The STAMP area presents great opportunities to allow for East Boulder to celebrate its own identity and create a community hub. So thanks for allowing me to walk through with that. I look forward to hearing your discussion tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about the working group.
Great, thank you so much, Erin. That really concludes our presentation for the evening. So we'd love to answer questions and go through the discussion.
Thanks so much, Kathleen and David and Erin, for the presentations. So we'll do the same thing sort of this time. We'll start with questions to the three presenters, and then we can have some discussion, and then we'll make sure that we answer Kathleen's two questions. I think there are two at the end. So kicking us off again, Matt Benjamin.
I wasn't going to dive into a question to me. I just wanted to thank Erin. Having been a part of 2 working groups over the last 4 years, it is an immense amount of work. It's hard work, and it's the epitome of community dedication. So I just want to thank you, Erin, and the rest of the working group. It's a vital part of how we do our work on council, and certainly how many of the boards and commissions get the informed stuff they need to make their decisions. So just thank you, and to the rest of the working group for a lot of that, what tends to be thankless work. So thank you.
Sure don't have a question or two, Matt. I saw a hotline post.
I'll get there, but I'll let others take bites at the apple.
All right, Tara.
Okay, so I have 4 questions, possibly 3, depending on if I could read my handwriting or not. The first one is going to be, as far as community feedback goes, some community members have written to me that outside of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan area, for instance, south of Arapahoe, that they didn't feel like they were a part of the discussion, and they have a lot of what happens to them at 55th and Arapahoe is going to be very important to them, especially what kind of retail they want and traffic, et cetera, but mostly I would say retail. So is there going to be an opportunity for those neighborhoods south of Arapahoe to be able to weigh in on what's going to happen at 55th and Arapahoe with the stamp area? That's my first question. Should I do all the questions at once or wait?
I can go one by one, or I can
I'd say
take them all.
let's answer them one by one, so we're all
Sure. So we are nearing the end of engagement for this project. We have done, a lot of outreach to the neighborhood south of Arapahoe. There have been multiple postcard mailings. Information about the project was included on, I think it was the March utility bill that went to all utility customers throughout the city. And we've had representatives from neighborhoods south of Arapahoe participate on the working group as well. So there's, we really are at the end of this process. But as changes come through future projects, certainly there will be continued engagement for discussions on, I think, the regional mobility hub and stations along East Arapahoe. We will continue to have community conversations about those items.
So Kathleen, just because I was on the Parks Board during the Res Restaurant experience, it's best, not a small amount of community members said they knew nothing about this. And so I'm just throwing it out there that maybe there is some more, it's all for positive. I think most of it. So maybe there's some other way for those that feel like they've been missed to reach out to them in terms of what they'd like to see specifically in the areas that affect them most, which would be, retail, I would think.
Okay.
So I'm just suggesting that, but I appreciate all that you've done, and I'm just reading emails, so I'm not saying you didn't do it. Okay. The second thing is I have a question on middle income housing, which is very difficult to put in our city right now. So how do you expect this to happen? Middle income meaning above lower income.
Yeah, I actually, Jay Sugnant is here from housing. So I'd love to invite him to talk a little bit about the middle income housing strategy and how that plays with the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan.
Good evening. So Jay Sugnant with Housing and Human Services. And I was part of the development of the 2016 middle income housing strategy. And and this was definitely discussed extensively with the community and the working group as well. Definitely a citywide concern. And sort of this missing middle and middle income. So the way that we're trying to approach the sub-community plan is to focus on that diversity of housing. So we have an opportunity to create additional housing in 250 other additional acres. And in that is, how do we provide a diversity of housing types? We've done really well with the single family. We've done really well with the medium to high density, right? It's that stuff in between. It's the duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, townhomes. So that's the missing middle type. And unfortunately, the missing middle has separated itself from middle income, right? So our middle income, we typically think of 80 to 120%. That missing middle is not necessarily affordable, particularly new to middle income. So that's been our big challenge citywide. I can talk more about all the things that we've done to try to address middle income and all the initiatives. But I think the bottom line that we're trying to get across is that we have an opportunity to create a lot more diverse housing types, things that we don't typically, the market doesn't necessarily provide, and that the future implementation pieces, the rezoning, the form-based code, the community benefit piece, those are all opportunities to really hone in on how do we actually achieve that, that middle income and missing middle. So hopefully that isn't too long-winded and somewhat helpful.
Well, I'm not sure if it's helpful, but thank you for that answer. I'm just going to throw out there, well, this isn't a time for comments, right, Rachel? Is it just a time for questions?
That is correct. I was trying to give a thumbs up, but apparently did not transmit.
Okay, so then I guess my last question is going to be in terms of transit and depending on RTD, LOL. We have this thing called the Transit Village, which actually doesn't have transit, does it? So I'm wondering how we can ensure that we actually do have transit from RTD, or do we have another plan? Because it would be sad if we made a whole transit hub with no transit yet again.
Yeah, I'll ask Jean Sanson to speak to planning for transit with and potentially without RTD and how that's playing out locally.
Tara, that is such a great question, right? Particularly given the lack of transit at Boulder Junction, which we're hoping to see come back over the coming years. But in terms of planning a new TOD area, we certainly need the T in there. And we are working with RTD to restore and enhance the jump service that's there today and think about extending it further east. But more than that, we're working really closely with our regional partners like Boulder County and our communities to the east to think about other ways to deliver transit service, and particularly transit service on Colorado 7. So for example, right now we have an application in for federal funding to begin express service between I-25 and Boulder on Colorado 7. This could be operated by RTD, although I don't believe they have the drivers to do so now. They could bid on that project. It could be operated by CDOT or another provider like VIA. So, at this point in time, we're really getting creative about how to continue to move this project as well as others forward to provide the transit service that we expect. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Tara, and thanks, Jean. And I forgot to thank you earlier for your presentation portion too. And then we are up with Mayor Brockett for questions.
Thanks. Well, thanks to everyone who's been involved for so long. Dave, I echo Bob's appreciation for all the work that you've done on planning board over the years, and good to have you back in the States, but we sure are going to miss you on planning board here coming up. And Aaron, the extraordinary work you've done on the working group, and I know it's been a lot of work for you and your colleagues. So huge appreciation for all of that, and the staff work as well. I'll just mention this is the first chance I had to work with Jean Gatza and Jean Sanson at the same time, and they called themselves the pair of Jeans, which I thought was super cute. So that was a lot of fun too. Okay, so a couple questions. One is, so once we adopt the plan, we need to change some land use designations to kind of match the plan's vision. What's the schedule for that? Like, what's the process for getting that done, and when could we expect that to come forward?
Yeah, so changes to the land use map resulting from a subcommunity plan can happen at any time. So we would expect to, following adoption of the plan, work on that over the summer. And really that would be the first piece of implementation that we would need to do. Great,
so it really is scheduled for first thing in terms of implementation, and
yes,
we could see that like late summer kind of timeframe. What do you think?
Yeah, I imagine we would get started in June, and we have sort of the framework and process lined out. So yeah, by the end of the summer, I would anticipate, if everything goes well, that we'd have the land use map updated.
Okay, that's great to hear. I'll look forward to that coming forward once we get there. And my other question was, we got a letter from, I think it's the owners of 5150 Valmont, and it kind of I dove into the points that they were making, and it was interesting because, right, we have the whole area of Valmont City Park, and all the city parcels are marked park for good reason, right? And then there's this, it seems like the one last parcel of private land in there is this 5150 Valmont. And they were saying, hey, we're still proposed for community business, but that like parkside place type seems like that could work really well for our parcel. And that seemed interesting to me. So just want to see if that seems like a reasonable idea to you all, or what you're thinking for that one specific parcel in the middle there.
Yeah, so we had certainly looked at that parcel and the area surrounding the park and really tried to think about how uses for that site might pair with the future redevelopment and programming at Belmont City Park. And so the thought was that that would be a community business use that could support park users, and the idea of small market space between these kind of growing neighborhoods on either side of the park was one idea that was floated in community vitality. But I think, you know, one of the challenges to really thinking about that space as maybe just residential is that it would be pretty isolated, and it wouldn't foster the creation of these 15-minute neighborhoods that we're really striving to create in East Boulder. So that was some of the background and thought about that land use designation.
Okay, thanks for that. Those are the questions I have, and then I'll have some comments when we get to them.
Sorry, Mark Wallach.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for the presentation. My first question, if anyone can answer this, is what portion of the East Boulder sub-community plan that we're looking at tonight is in the opportunity zone? And the reason I ask is it goes to the issue that was raised in the written presentation about creating incentives for developers who do certain things. And as the opportunity zone is itself the granddaddy of all incentives and inducements, I'm just not sure why we would want to do more, but that depends on whether the opportunity zone covers this area. So is there anyone who can respond to that?
So there is a portion of East Boulder that is within the opportunity zone, and I don't know off the top of my head what the acreage is. I'm getting a.
It doesn't have, you don't have to answer it today. You know, if you could perhaps provide that information at your convenience, that would be useful.
Yes, I definitely can provide it. And someone just sent me the map. So it's everything west of 55th Street, north of Arapahoe and west of 55th Street.
Can you venture a percentage guess as to how much of this area is it? I'm not holding you to it. No.
Half-ish.
Okay. My next question is, we're going to create a good number of units of which 25% are affordable. Isn't that sort of the minimum standard? And my question is, could we not do a little better in terms of providing affordable housing than that which we would expect in any development?
Yeah, so in our calculations, we did anticipate that 25% at least would be affordable, but for a lot of the redevelopment, we are anticipating that, particularly for the 55th and Arapahoe Station area, that we'll be employing the community benefit to get additional affordable housing units in exchange for building heights.
And if you go up Pearl Parkway and turn left on 47th Street, there's a whole enclave of, I guess, light industrial users, commercial users. Is that neighborhood in the Valmont East parcel?
So Valmont East is just north of Pearl Street. So that if you're talking about the area between Pearl Street and Pearl Parkway, that is not proposed for change.
Okay. And my last question is going back to something that Tara said. I am interested in understanding how we will get middle income housing when the market seems to be incapable of providing middle income housing to date. And I assume we're going to rely primarily upon market related levers to get housing. How are we going to miraculously provide the middle income housing that we don't, it's like an extinct species at this point. We don't see it anywhere. How is it going to happen miraculously in the East Boulder community? I'm just trying to get an understanding of the substance of how we get to that, not the aspirational aspect of it.
Yeah, I think you're right. Middle income is the most challenging housing to provide in the current market because we don't have a dedicated source of funding, federal, state, or local, for that type of housing, that type of development. What is included in the sub-community plan that I think makes some strides towards creating that type of housing is we really describe in that place type section the formats for housing that we would like to see in that area. And that guidance will be part of what we use to craft form-based code for these different areas of change. And the form-based, it's like, I'm kind of walking along the line of logic here, but the form-based code will help us regulate and create these different formats for housing that we want to see. And so it's a little bit further down the process than what's really in the scope of this plan. But I think that's what we've tried to describe in the East Boulder sub-community plan is we really want to see these formats for housing, and that future steps will help to implement that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got right now.
Lauren, Matt, did I see your hand? Were you up ahead?
Lauren can go for it and I'll go
Active
after Lauren.
user. All right, Lauren and then Matt.
Right, getting bumped up in the queue. Okay, so my first question, I noticed, so for the stamp area, there was a really fine-grained plan that sort of looked at what buildings might be maintained. It looked like a lot of things around floodplain had been taken into account. With looking at that was really great. Are we going to see a higher level of detail put towards some of these other areas in the 100% plan, or was that just going to be the stamp area that gets that?
Yeah, so the stamp area has that level of detail and actually has an area plan applied to it because it's been identified sort of in a historic series of work on the East Arapahoe project. And the area plan and consulting for that area plan was funded by a grant that we received from Dr. Cog. So if there's interest in creating area plans for other parts of East Boulder, we would look at that and figure out ways to include it on our work plan, but it's not in the work plan currently. And we would not have that level of detail in the 100% draft.
Thank you. I was also curious around, at the beginning you talked about, I think your first slide sort of started with the whole plan. And initially you had done an assessment of sort of what's existing. And when I I was just wondering, as you looked through some of these areas, and particularly the Arapahoe the Valmont and Foothills area, the West Valmont Park area. I was wondering if you had looked in detail sort of at what's existing with mapping sort of the place types used there, or maybe you could explain how you got to where the place types are on that particular parcel, because that one seemed less matching with sort of some of the underlying existing buildings as some of the other areas. Sorry, I'm having a hard time spitting everything out right now.
That's okay. Yeah, so for the first part of your question, yes, we completed an inventory and analysis, and there's a report out there that we completed in 2019 that mapped and looked at a really wide range of factors and really informed how we selected these different areas of change and what we proposed for the different areas. So I can send that report around if you haven't gotten a chance to look at that yet. But for the place types and how we created those for Valmont Park West in particular, I do think we did try to really be sensitive to the context of that area, but also really worked hard to get new connections through there, because the access and mobility through that area is very limited. And so when we started to work through those new connections and began creating more walkable blocks and thinking about adjacencies of the park, adjacencies of the trail, some of the existing businesses and spaces used along Sterling Court, the adjacency of that established residential neighborhood to the north, all of that really did go into the place types that we're proposing for that area. And then when we tested and modeled out those place types, we did assume adaptive reuse for a number of buildings in that area. So I don't know, I think Kalani Pahoa is here, who's our urban designer. And I don't know, Kalani, if you wanted to speak at all to just how we tested the place types for that neighborhood in particular. Oh, you're on mute.
It's been way too long, Kalani.
Hi. So I have a little bit of a delay in as my lighting adjusts. So we did some, based on some of the feedback that came out of the working group and some of the place type definition and residential typologies that they'd like to see adjacent to the park versus what parts in that area maintain some of the businesses at the ground floor and possibly add some mixed use areas to it. That's how was some of the methodology. So without looking at some of the models, you know, piece by piece and parcel by parcel, I'd say we looked at about 8 or 10 parcels throughout that area that kind of just on a cursory level would fit and be a good rehab and a use, and possibly the structure could support, you know, residential above. But that obviously is without us going in and doing an investigation and really looking at how a retrofit on this would work. So we had to make a few assumptions, but we did assume, I'd say, want to say maybe 40% of the parcels through there as an adaptive reuse with some mixed use above. And then the rest of the new portion in there, because there were some businesses and some buildings that are, you know, possibly ending the, you know, they're aging out in that sense. So we did take a look at some of those buildings, but I'd say it was feedback from the working group as far as what type of housing methodologies, and then also with the importance of trying to maintain and keep some of the businesses that are there, but also introducing some opportunities for retail to provide a 15-minute neighborhood in there as we start to add housing and some of those other businesses.
Thank you.
No problem.
I also had a question, sort of as we were looking at streetscape. A lot of this area is really not West Belmont Park, but more of the heart of the industrial area is really heavily impacted by flood. And as we talk about streetscape design, I was wondering if there's been any attention put towards stormwater retention and infiltration in the streetscape design. You know, a lot of other cities do a lot more of that in their right-of-ways than we typically do as a community. And then I was also wondering if that might be something we might look at through as there was a private parks piece of this plan. And so I'm kind of thinking about like how we strategize where those parks are to be most beneficial, not only sort of as social spaces, but also how they can help us from an infrastructure point of view.
Yeah, so for the first part of your question, I think the street sections that are included really are intended to describe the different mobility facilities that are being provided in each of those roadways. But we do, the city does have a guiding document about green infrastructure for transportation facilities in particular, and that plan or strategy document does identify a number of roadways that would be great candidates for green infrastructure. And so 55th Street is one of those. So we've called that out in the plan. Remind me, the second part of your question is about POPs, the privately owned, publicly accessible spaces. So this is a program that we've talked a lot about with community members and are trying to figure out a way that we can create more of these social and gathering spaces, but they may be located in or owned by private property and private property owners. And so as redevelopment happens, how do we create these spaces in properties and parcels that the city doesn't own today? And so that's a program that we've identified as part of this project, and how we manage it and implement it and identify the prime locations for some of those, I think will uncover as redevelopment occurs, but it's certainly a future step.
So the plan is to have that be something that is examined as development proposals come up, as opposed to trying to have a long-range vision for where we might want to encourage those to happen.
So I think the first step that we've been talking about is just inventorying the spaces that are out there today that we know about, that are publicly accessible gathering spaces, but they're privately owned. So that's, I think, step one. And then, you know, we have to kind of work with our partners in Parks and Recreation and Community Vitality to really build out what the rest of that program looks like. So I think I'm not totally prepared to describe what our future plan for that would be, but what's included in the sub-community plan is identifying that type of program has great potential for East Boulder and could be applied citywide.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Matt, and then I will call on myself. Tara, your hand disappeared, so I assume you're waiting to do comments.
All right. So I have a few questions, and one of them is a follow-up, or a couple are follow-ups, but to some previous ones asked where I'm looking more clarity. But the question I want to start off with is sort of just about housing in general. And you know, the slide 21 that was shown in the presentation kind of laid out that, you know, estimate of, you know, new jobs versus new homes. And as we all know, that when we get down into actual zoning, there's an array of zones that fit a particular land use. And so we obviously have a spectrum of the density of housing that can be on any parcel. And so I guess I'm trying to ask is, where do these estimates lie within that spectrum? Is it maxed out in terms of density? Is this sort of a high watermark for housing we could expect? Is it low? Is it in the middle? So you may have answered that, but maybe it wasn't totally explicit for me. I'm just trying to gauge where we have room for thinking about housing as, you know, we get closer to implementing and redeveloping these areas as it pertains to perhaps this estimate that's on this slide.
Yeah, so for the estimate that's on that slide, we actually went through these different areas of change and kind of conceptually developed them under our rules and our model. And so that's where those numbers come from. I might ask Kalani to speak to whether that's at the high end or low end, since she did a lot of that modeling.
Hi. So I think that there's a range depending on the type, the housing type. So if you notice in the packet, the Parkside residential has everything from flats to townhomes in there. And so you could have a range in the townhome on a parcel that might be anywhere from 12 to 20 units per acre. Versus in the flats, if you have on a mixed use building and you have a mix that has a higher percentage of efficiency living units, you're going to have a higher density count in there. So I'd say for apartments in general, if we were just to generalize the density, the proposed kind of count for something like that, it would maybe range from 25 to 40 or so. That's just kind of a rough average on a few of those Park West properties. But of course, it's gonna depend on the developer, what their program is, what the mix is there too, as far as the density. And you also have like commercial density FARs in there. So what we were trying to do as we looked at some of these is, how do we maintain good public spaces? How do we maintain good environmental quality through that area? What helps in that respect? And how do we create better housing opportunities and maintain some of the businesses through that area?
Well, I appreciate that response. And maybe I didn't quite maybe ask my question maybe I wanted to. You know, I want to see us really focus on a lot of housing. And I guess my question with the plan here is, if these estimates are kind of maxing it out, then perhaps my aspirations for more housing require a different type of prescriptive application of land use and zoning to increase housing. If these estimates are perhaps on the more conservative side, then I might feel more comfortable with the land use designations as they are to allow us to increase housing in those areas. So maybe that's what I'm trying to ask is, was this in the middle of the road where if we want to add more housing, these numbers are in the middle and we can of course do so. But if the estimates that you had were at the high end, then I'm feeling like we don't have much wiggle room and we have to maybe think a bit more broadly about how to increase the housing. So maybe that maybe is more specifically what my question was.
Obviously, Kathleen will have more information on some of the housing, the variation between the two, but if there's any specifics, I can follow up on that.
Okay.
Yeah, and then if you look in the neighborhood descriptions in the plan, it conceptually lays out, in this neighborhood, we would have X number of townhomes, X number of flats, X number of, and so that mix that is described in there is conceptual, and it is responding to the place types, but I think, you know, on something that we calculated as a mid-sized apartment, I think the square footage for that was like 11 to 1,500 was what we considered middle. And that's pretty large. So those units might be smaller or could be smaller, or could be closer to the 1,100 square foot size, and that would increase the number. So I think there's wiggle room either way.
That's helpful. I appreciate that. That sort of knowing there's wiggle room is helpful for me. So thank you for answering that. My next question kind of dovetails on a question that Mayor Brockett brought up with regards to approving the plan and the subsequent land use map. And I know that it's scheduled to kind of be done later this summer, but from and I'm not a planner, and this is certainly our first area plan for this council, certainly myself, I'm wondering why aren't they done in unison? Because I look at this and I go, well, look, it looks like the land use is kind of very well laid out, and per our input in planning, it looks like we'll have a land use map ready to go. And so I'm wondering why there's a delay between that getting approved and not just being a part of the plan when we go to approve it perhaps in May. So I'm just wondering why they're decoupled.
If council wanted to adopt the land use changes at the same time as the plan, that is an option that's allowed under our comp plan. Just process wise and I think maybe based on some past experiences, we've decoupled it, but it doesn't have to be that way. We can try to do those on the same night if council supports that and wants to do it.
Thanks for that answer. I don't know what the will of council will be, but I like to know that at least that's an option. So I appreciate that. The other question I have centers around, and I think I asked this in the hotline, and so pardon if I didn't pick up an answer because you answered a bunch of the questions I had and others had in the hotline. But in regards sort of the open space properties, and in particular, open space other is a flag for me. It's a very problematic land use, as we've seen with CU South, right? It's designated open space, it's owned by another entity, and there's an assumption that it's public and it's open space, and it just muddies a lot of assumptions about what the land actually is used for and owned by. And so I was kind of wondering if there's some understanding about that open space other that's within this area, and if it runs into that kind of complexity of, is it owned by a third party designated as open space other? So I'm just wondering if you could shed some light on that going forth, because that carries a rather decent corridor along the creek there, out away from the hospital to the northeast.
Yep. So the open space other designation can apply to public or privately owned land. And the way that the complicated history of how open space other came to be is the land was designated as open space prior to 1981. So anything that was designated as open space after 1981 falls under open space acquired, which means the city or county has purchased the property and it's used for open space purposes, or open space development rights, which open space development rights applies to privately owned land that may have an existing conservation easement or another development restriction. But the open space other is problematic because I think when some of the earlier maps were drawn, people were using fat markers, and then we digitized those maps, and that's kind of what happened. So what's been great about the East Boulder process is that we've worked really closely with OSMP and have gone through all of the OSO designated land in East Boulder and tried to redesignate areas as either OSA or OSDR where appropriate, or have made changes, particularly in that Belmont Park West neighborhood where there's a large OSO swath in the existing BVCP land use map, changes to that so that it reflects future planned uses and also what's on the ground today. So we worked with OSMP over the last, I think, 2 years, and the Open Space Board of Trustees has reviewed all of those recommended changes. And so what you see in the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan land use map remaining as OSO are pieces or slivers that the OSBT and staff in OSMP wanted to maintain that OSO designation moving forward. So it's a little complex, but it certainly was looked at really closely throughout this process, and we tried to really clean that up within the East Boulder subcommunity boundary.
Thank you for the very detailed explanation. I mean, that really does help me understand. No,
Okay, good.
Actually, that detail was exactly where I was hoping we'd go on that. Sorry for everyone that may not have been interested in that question, but it helped me certainly understand the details of why it's there and where maybe its future evolution resides, and the work certainly done by OSBT and OSMP on that. So thanks, Kathleen. I appreciate that. That basically dovetails my questions until we get to comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Lauren, did you have another question?
I did.
There's no shame in it.
I'm sorry. One of the things that I noticed in this was the minimum FAR requirements. And I don't think I've seen that in this zone before. So I was just wondering what inspired that. And, especially as we talk about residential and that being so important to the community, was there any thought towards a minimum number of dwelling units per acre, or sort of why was this the chosen mechanism?
Yes, so that language of minimum FAR was flagged also by our working group and came up at planning board as well. And we are meeting with that consultant team, I think later this week, to relook at some of that and make sure that we have the right language for those place types that are within the station area plan. At one point in the process, we did consider whether we should describe each of the place types and the residential component of those in as allowed or maximum or minimum dwelling unit per acre. And in general, I think the feedback from boards and staff and development review was that that wasn't a great tool to get the types of buildings and the types of outcomes that we wanted to see. So I think it may have been in the 60% draft, and we've removed that.
Okay, thank you. And then if we recombine the area plan approval and the land use plan approval, will that affect the timeline? Or would that be able to be accomplished in, I think, the early May timeline that was released at this?
It's certainly more work for our team. I would have to check in with the planning director, and we'll look at our work plan to see how that might roll out.
Thank you.
Is that it for round two, Lauren?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to call on myself. I see your hand up, Tara. I don't know if that's for comments or questions, but I'm going to try and do like lightning round questions here, Kathleen. So let's see how we do. I know we're over already. So on page 10 of the plan, there's acknowledgements. Can you add staff such as yourself and the Paragenes in there and everyone else who's worked harder than most of us who are looking at this just for a couple hours?
We certainly can. The list is long. It really is a comprehensive plan. I think every department has touched it at some point. So, but yes, we're happy to do that.
Check out the racial equity one. There's like 3 pages of thank yous, including staff. So there's precedent. And this is a lightning round. So you're only allowed to say, yes, you can add that. Question number 2, I'm kidding. I'm glad you can add it. Question 2, overall, we've had a lot of questions on jobs, housing balance. I appreciated that there were some concrete numbers in the conceptual slide. I wanted to ask Dave Ensign, am I understanding that planning board has basically asked for something to be sort of codified that will make sure that we have more housing than jobs and really preserve or move in a good direction on the jobs housing imbalance?
I think that really the planning board just wants to keep the focus on that as much as possible. So I think that there's been a lot put into the plan, but as we go to the zoning, there could be some specific language in the news, if there's rezoning to new zones that could say, that could really make sure that the housing mix is higher than if there, so the percentages and things like that would be of interest. So a lot of those may apply to the next steps beyond the land use changes as well, but we just don't want to lose sight of that. And I think the other complication around that too is that a lot of the numbers are like these max build out numbers, which probably won't ever actually happen. So it's hard to have concrete answers to everything, but we just want to make sure that we always have our eye on that.
Thanks. And Kathleen, is that doable, sort of building that into the subsequent stages?
Building in regulation that will
make sure that we're sort of favoring housing over jobs in that balance.
Yeah, I think the challenge of tracking that and I guess prioritizing how that happens would be challenging. But let me write that down as kind of a thing to be followed up on. Certainly it would be controlled by zoning, and we can limit uses to help get at that. But we have to, I think, go back and do a little more analysis on how that would really be implemented.
Maybe we can do a straw poll at the end to see if that is the will of council to look at something like that. My next question, again, lightning round. I saw that there were things for rooftop gardens and accessible rooftops, and I understand that the height limit really impacts what people do on roofs. Would that require a charter change to achieve that vision, or is that a possible code change that could help?
Yeah, I think a code change would help. Right now, rooftop open spaces are permitted, but for spaces that are not at ground level, I think we're limited to no more than 25% of the required open space can be on a rooftop. So access to rooftop open spaces is challenging, I think, primarily for any buildings that are at or near that 55-foot city charter height limit, because the charter does not permit habitable space above 55 feet. So, an elevator or a stairwell opening necessary to access space above 55 feet is not permitted. So rooftop spaces that are at that height are rare, but below 55 feet, it's not a problem as long as that building receives approval through height modification to build above the zoning district height, which for a lot of these industrial zones is 40 feet.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then last, I'm sorry, it's not even going to be close to lightning round, I wish, but when we've gotten some feedback on making sure that this plan will be adaptable for future sort of improvements in transit and land use, ideas, and we don't want to lock ourselves into a 2022 notion of what's best. And we're looking at a 40-year plan kind of thing. Well, how do we build in that adaptability?
Yeah, so to amend the plan or make changes in the future, amendments to sub-community plans and what that process is outlined in our comprehensive plan and would require approval by both planning board and city council. And if there's any major change to something like the land use map or any of the major policies of this plan, we would certainly want to do a community engagement process to make sure that those changes in the future would be in line with how the community would envision East Boulder evolving. For connections and the connections plan, there is a amendment procedures section at the very end of the document that describes how we would make any changes to the connections plan. And those types of changes typically come up through redevelopment, and there's some precedent for that from the North Boulder subcommunity plan and things like TVAP as well.
Okay, that sounds more complicated than I wish it did, but understood. Okay, next, I think we are over to feedback and discussion. And since we are behind, let's just make sure that we, in this discussion, if you would like to answer the staff questions that have been presented, and if we could put those a slide up so everybody remembers what those are and the community can see, that would be great. Tara, you're up.
I'll just combine my question with comments. There you have it. So my first question / comment is, I'm thinking about our climate goals and the fact, and I was thinking about equity and climate goals, since that's what we talked about earlier. And I'm thinking about that we're going to have, thankfully, 25% affordable housing, hopefully at least. So how can we ensure that we have a good, robust urban tree canopy and not heat islands? Because, you know, when we read about equity, often it is the neighborhoods that have the lower income neighbors that don't have as much, that are hotter. That's what I've read, and I think that's what I've learned in the 4 months. So that's a kind of a question and a begging that we please have a tree canopy, because in some of the pictures when I went on that sub-community tour, really didn't have a lot of trees. It looked kind of hot. So that's my first comment. And my second, anybody can answer that if they want. And my second comment is along the lines of what I've learned from Lauren. Thank you, Lauren, for all you've taught me. Is I'm hoping that we're going to have a whole lot of different roof lines, and that we're going to include the design and the wonderful designers and architects in our city to make sure that we don't just have massive square buildings. That's my dream. That's my dream for East Boulder. So I don't know if you guys want to speak into that, or if I just leave it as it is, as comments.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond. For the urban tree canopy, yes, definitely East Boulder has less than 5% canopy today. So that's well below our goals for canopy coverage in the city. And, you know, as properties redevelop, we can certainly request some of that in right of way. But I think we'll be working with folks in urban forestry to look at other tree planting programs that might be appropriate for East Boulder in some of these areas that are not changing, as well as areas that we are planning for change. And a lot of the city-owned properties, the city owns a good deal of property here as well. And then roof lines, yes, are addressed in our urban design section in, I think, chapter 5.
Tara, is that all of your feedback, or did you have other comments?
Is my video off or on? I can't even keep track.
You're on now. Well, I think it was off.
No, I'm good. I'm great. Thanks so much.
All right. Thanks, Tara. Mayor Brockett.
Well, thanks again for all the great work. I'm going to start with just a quick clarifying question. Do you understand correctly the time horizon for the plan is 20 years and that we'd imagine a revised plan in about that 20-year time frame?
Yes, the planning horizon for subcommunity plans is 20 years. So that's what we've done our projections for.
Great. So if we stay on schedule, we can get through all of our subcommunity plans about every couple of years, and then once the 20-year mark runs around.
Yeah.
Don't laugh. It's like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. Once you get to the end of it, you start over again.
I know. I'm going to be so old.
Right. That's long past my time, I'm sure. Well, just on your first question about whether you addressed the key feedback themes, I thought you absolutely did. I think every iteration of this has gotten better. It's been very responsive. Really appreciate the refinements and everything. I was just a little disappointed to see the area south of Goose Creek on the west side not be marked for change, but I understand the reasons for it, and there's lots of other great things going on here, so that's fine. And then so then just some. I have a few comments. I'll try to get through this quickly. I know we're getting late. Coming back to the 5150 Valmont question that I asked, it seems like that's worth looking at one more time because the like that Parkside place type does allow retails and shops on the bottom floors, and it seems like that might make a nice integration in the middle of the park, some residential with a few shops on the bottom. So it just seems worth looking at again on that one. Lauren asked about the minimum FAR. I really like that concept. I don't think I've seen that anywhere in anything that we've ever done, but I think it's a good idea. So that if somebody says, hey, you know what I really want to do is like a little building in the middle of a huge parking lot, we'd say, actually, no, that's not what we're contemplating for our transit-oriented development area. So I thought that idea was great. I think Lauren's question was a good one about whether that's the exact perfect mechanism to accomplish that. And so it'd be interesting to look to see if there's a slightly different way of doing it, to her point about minimum dwelling units or something else. But I think the concept is a really good one, and I'm glad to see that. I'll agree with kind of the direction that some of my colleagues were going in about a desire to focus on housing in the area plans, so that I think there's a lot of that, right? We're adding a lot of housing potential with this, which is fantastic. It seems like it could still maybe tilt a little bit more towards housing over jobs from where we are right now. Like the stamp, I forget the exact numbers you put on there, but they were close to even numbers of jobs and housing contemplated in the master plan area. And so I think it's worth looking at tweaking the parameters a little bit to move somewhat more towards housing. Like one thing that occurred to me was the innovation transit development non-residential, as I understand it, doesn't allow housing at all in it. And it seemed like, maybe we could still allow housing on the upper levels. And I know we're trying to balance the preservation of industrial space, but if you give people choices, if the demand is there for the industrial space, it can still be created. But if we also allow housing as a choice, we might get a little bit more of that. So I'd suggest looking at that. And there were a couple that don't allow. Well, I think there are several that didn't allow housing on the ground floor, which I think is generally good for street activation, but maybe it could be allowed on the ground floor of the use review and a couple of those. So just encourage looking at continuing to move it a little bit more towards housing rather than jobs. One little thing, the East Side Eats idea I thought was super cool about having a parking lot area where food trucks could gather, for the businesses in those areas. And I saw it was in the kind of the secondary priority list, and just a thought to maybe that could be done the next couple of years, because if it's just designating a parking lot where food trucks can gather, might not be that heavy of a list, but could be really useful for those businesses that are there currently before much redevelopment happens. On the transportation side, I thought we got a couple of really good comments from the public on the transportation connections. I think we had one of our newest tab members mentioned the concept of that maybe all the new street connections don't have to be fully oriented towards vehicular access. I mean, I know all of them would be multimodal, but we have the one type that's like emergency access only, that's I think only used in a little bit, and maybe could be used for some of the others. Or if not that one, something like a Wiener style street, which I don't see in this plan. Maybe that, something where cars are allowed, but it very much as secondary participants. So I think somebody mentioned the plan for the streets that, the multimodal uses you want to have in 10 or 20 years rather than exactly what you have today. And then similar to that, Community Cycles made a great point about that the plans or desires change, transportation ideas change over the years. And in 10 or 20 years, by the time we get around to this again, the most current transportation thinking might be a little bit different in terms of multimodal streets. And while I love how the stationary master plan is really specific, I think that's a strength of it. It's also it's very specific in terms of what would be allowed or required in terms of the streetscapes. So I don't know if there's a way to build in a little bit more flexibility on those with maybe like this is the currently conceived typology, but there'd be maybe a modification process pretty simple that could improve it if thinking changes a little bit over the years. So I thought those ideas were really valuable to consider and potentially integrate. And then the last thing I will say, I think if schedule allows, doing the land use changes at the same time as the plan adoption would be fantastic. So I don't know if that's too much work, and if it is, that we could stagger it, but you've got, seems like almost all the ingredients right here baked into it. So I think that'd be fantastic if that could be possible. And I will stop there and just say another huge thank you for some extraordinary work, and really looking forward to the adoption of this here next month.
Thanks, Aaron. Nicole, then Matt, Lauren, Junie, Mark.
Thank you. And before I forget, I just want to echo Aaron's point. Happy to support also the changing of the land use at the same time as we're moving the plan forward. So to the first question, yes, this is the short answer. Yes, I thought that you all did a wonderful job of incorporating a lot of different feedback. And, I think one of the things that always tells me that people have done a good job on a collaborative project is that nobody is 100% happy. So I really do, I echo some of the comments that were throughout the feedback that this is just strikes a nice balance. So thank you for that. I also just want to give you a commendation for paying attention to the arts community and maintaining some of the spaces over there and incorporating arts into that area. Number two, I think this process for engagement was really well done. It was, thorough. There was lots of outreach to folks who work there, who live in neighboring communities, who live in the manufactured home community that's hopefully going to be annexed. It was a really thoughtful and inclusive project. And I know that the group that's been working on this for 3 years during a pandemic has put a lot of time and effort and thought and intention into what's being proposed here. And so my question is really around that last section on page 61 of the first of the attachments. There's just a little tiny bit for amendments and, process about amendments. And I think what I would like to see change is just a little more kind of intention put into what is that process for making amendments where there are major changes. If say, future Boulderites do need a lot more housing, if they're proposing a change, what is the process for making sure that whatever leads to that change is as inclusive as this engagement process has been, or more so, right? That this is sort of the benchmark. Are there things that can be included as we're thinking about amendments? And I think Rachel and Aaron both touched on this too, right? We want to have a little bit of flexibility or give future us's flexibility, and at the same time, make sure that this process is as thoughtful and as intentional. I think, sometimes we as a city and you as staff and the community goes through years of work on a project involving lots of engagement and things, and then kind of get sidelined at the last minute outside of kind of the city's engagement process. And so I would just like to see, I guess, maybe some sort of protections in place for that. And, to that point, I also, I haven't seen the emails, Tara, that you're talking about, but just for folks, who are concerned about a lot of change in this area, I just really want to emphasize that the North Boulder subcommunity plan was started in the 90s and it's still going on. By the time that the East Boulder plan is fully implemented, if I'm still alive, I will likely be retired and probably one of our wonderful retirement communities. So it really is a long process, and change doesn't really happen that quickly. We're really planning for people decades in the future. And I think that that's important for us to keep in mind as we're considering these types of changes. And that brings me to my last point, which is just a shout out to everybody who worked on this, because you have spent 3 years of your life working for something that many of you may not see. Right. And I appreciate that. I appreciate all the folks from the surrounding communities, the workers, everybody who contributed to this effort, because this was true service. There's not a lot that, those of us who are kind of working in that area or living in that area now are going to see right away. And that it's really inspiring to see you all working for the future like that. So I just wanted to thank you.
Nicole, if I could just say that the people that wrote to me was actually a marginalized community and their community connector. They were the ones that felt like they were left out. It wasn't who everybody thinks. I'm just throwing out to the community that I just was told to just keep it anonymous, but maybe some more outreach to the marginalized communities south of Arapahoe would not be a bad idea. I think we'd have a better outcome and more people would be happy. And I'm thinking especially for what kind of retail we put there.
Nicole, was that it for you? Thank you. If so, and we're up with Matt and then Lauren.
Thanks, Rachel. And I just couldn't state just how important and how great the work is that has gone on to make this plan work over 3 years. Tremendous community engagement. I won't say I mean, Nicole said it just perfectly. So I'll leave her statements on the record and not try to overdo that. Aaron's points were also spot on. So I think those are key pieces. I will, just because it probably requires some sense of a nod of 5 or straw to some extent, is I would like to see us pair the passing of the area plan with the land use map. If it's not insurmountable in the next month, I'd love to see them done at the same time. So that's something that's helpful. And then really to Aaron's point about the 5150, a relook on that is quite helpful. And to Mark's point about with the opportunity zone, I mean, those incentives are largely financial, and there's certainly a lot of parameters that I'm not totally familiar with regards to that. But I do think that there's opportunities for us to actually build in some non-financial incentives like density bonuses, shorter permitting process for enhanced affordability, perhaps things with regards to other community benefits for height modifications. I think we can work some of that stuff in, whether that's now or down the road, but I want to make sure those are kept in mind as we think about that maximum flexibility and adaptation. And that really sort of leads me to the last point about adaptation. I would really like us to be more descriptive and less prescriptive on a lot of this, because I'm really, I'm not really that comfortable laying out a plan that bakes in obsolescence because it's shooting on beyond the horizon 20, 30 years from now. That makes me really uncomfortable. And I think that's why I've struggled with providing so much detail, but also not wanting to provide detail, but not being totally sure that there's adaptability. So I kind of want to bake in the detail now so we get what we want. I've struggled with where to reside on that. And so I'm wondering if we need to really rethink how we define our revisions within the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, and think about requiring, every 10 years, we just check in and make sure, is this on track? If it's yes, thumbs up, we move on. If not, it forces us. Because I don't think unless we bake in those sort of required check-ins, we're going to just get busy with other stuff. And then it's going to be 20, 25 years. And we go, well, yeah, some of that worked, but some of it became obsolete because times have changed. So I'd like to consider that. I don't know if that can be done between now and May, but to me, I'm just uncomfortable with baking in a lot of these changes and not adapting to changing times and community needs, and being totally responsive. So that's something I'd love for us to look at, whether it can happen sooner. That would be great, but I understand that might be a little bit of a delay there. So other than that, those are my pieces. And again, great job. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Matt. I'm gonna run out and get a tattoo that says baked in obsolescence. Obsolescence. It's Great term. Lauren.
Thank you, Rachel. So I strongly agree with all of Aaron's comments. There are a bunch of things little details he pulled out that I thought were really great. Also, Matt, with the types of incentives, I totally agree with that, and trying to have a better pathway for adaptability in the future. Really, the only point of contention I have with this plan is that the west of Valmont, I am a little concerned that some of the businesses we have there, so one of the areas we have is the hands-on industrial. We're talking about trying to create, largely fairly affordable industrial space. And some of the space that's there right now that meets that doesn't look like it's mapped in as that type. And I worry about how effectively we can build that type of development new. It sort of seems like to have the level of affordability we'd be looking for, it really needs to be probably existing space. So, and then also the businesses that are occupying that space, I think are businesses that if they lose their space will probably not be in Boulder. And I know that we're talking about 20-year timeframes, but we have things like Boulder lumber. I mean, if we as a community lose Boulder lumber, we're now talking about buying all of our lumber from Home Depot. That's not the kind of business that's going to come back to our community once we lose it. So I do think that I want to make sure that whether it's through the types of designations we have in that area or a really robust process on, ensuring that we're keeping the businesses, especially important local businesses, from being displaced. I'd like to see a lot of attention put towards that. And really the delivering equity options or outcomes, there was a section that had 3 of those. And I think that for me, that really summarizes sort of the 3 most important things that this area plan can provide for us. The housing affordability and expanded housing options, access to services, and protecting residents and businesses from involuntary displacement. I think that those are really core to me and what we need to deliver here. And then I would love to see sort of an overall layout for a preferred parks open space plan. We often have open space requirements, and typically in developments, those are not coordinated between the developments, and we end up with weird, not very usable, not very publicly accessible spaces. And so I would love to see sort of an overarching idea for how we could do that a little bit better in this plan.
Thanks, Lauren. Next up, we have Junie, then Mark. Junie, if you're talking, you're on mute.
I thought you said Lauren first. Thank you, Rachel.
It was a thanks, Lauren. Junie's up.
Oh, thank you.
Got it.
I would say yes for question 1. And I heard the discussion earlier. I just wanted to make the comment when we talked about the housing and job balance in that area. And I thought to myself, based on my experience driving in the area and being in the area as well, it's heavily industrial. There's not a lot of services in that area. So that's something that we really have to think about. So if we're going to limit jobs, what does that mean? does that mean we're not going to have the same level of services that we would have in other parts of town? So that's something to consider. So maybe the issue should not be, well, let's have more housing and less jobs, which is a good idea, but at the same time consider, okay, if we take away the jobs, well, people still have access to the same level of services, especially if we're trying to create 15 minutes neighborhoods, which is part of our climate goal. So consider that. I agree with Aaron. I like his comment about the land use change coming with the plan at the same time. I think that would be great. And also, I think from just looking at this overall, memo, it feels like this area is gonna be very vibrant. It's gonna be vibrant. It feels like it's gonna be a second town. And I just look forward to see it as it progresses. I think another question that I had, comment. It's a comment similar to, again, knowing the area, knowing the type of services when it comes to transportation. That's something that we really have to make sure we honed in on, the level of access for that area. And the role of RTD actually moving forward. I don't know what that looks like because again, that's a long-term plan. So that's something that we also have to keep in mind. That's the only questions I wanted to make for today. So thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Junie. Mark?
Okay, first I want to second or third or fourth Aaron's comment with respect to the focus on housing. I think that's an important element. And Lauren's concern with the displacement of core businesses in this community. I'm not buying lumber at the moment, but I wouldn't want to have to go to Longmont to do it. And I think we need to be very, very attentive to that. With respect to the plan itself, I've already said, but I'm going to elaborate a little bit. The emphasis on middle income housing and diversity of housing types is really central to this plan. And as I read it, I am still looking for more detail as to how we get from here to there. The current trends in Boulder are almost exclusively to produce high-end rental housing and with the occasional very high-end townhouse. So that's where the market is going to want to go. Matt may be correct that we can find some incentives that will deter that and guide the development process in a different direction. But I'd like to hear some articulation of what those might be and how they would work. Simply saying that we want middle income housing when I don't believe a unit of it has been developed in this city in the last few years is important. It's important to know how we're going to get there. Otherwise, this entire component of the plan has no substance. The plan itself speaks to sort of the park mosaic as a default housing type that occurs simply through market forces. In 20 years, if we've developed 4,000 units of park mosaic housing and 500 to 1,000 townhouses that are ultra luxury, we will not have succeeded, and I would like us to succeed. So I would like the final draft of the plan to address how we are in fact going to get to that middle income housing in a way that I can understand, because at the moment I see the goal, I see the aspiration, I don't see the methodology to get there, and I would like that to be addressed. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, Tara, and then I will call on myself and then try and wrap us up. And we still have one more agenda item.
Wow, I actually forgot to take my hand down, but I have one more short comment. I feel like I've talked too much and I apologize to everybody for that. But I will say that if we are trying to, we've talked a lot, especially on the campaign trail, about nurses and firefighters and our police and many people who serve our community moving back here, let's say, from some of the outlying communities so that we have less commuting in. We definitely have to have the kind of houses that they would move from their house in the suburbs here. So I'm going to agree with Mark and really hope with all my heart that we consider what kind of housing we're putting in this really special area, that it will attract back some of the people that serve our community with so much care.
Thanks, Tara. So I will say yes to answer question number one. Definitely adequately and appropriately address the feedback that we gave at the 60% draft review. And in terms of suggestions for finalizing the plan, I just want to say that this is an outstanding work product. I was so impressed with the memo and the detail, and it's hard, I think, to work across multiple councils. I think one person who's worked hard on this plan, if I'm remembering correctly, has had 2 kids born over the time that we've been working on this. So like, this is taking a lot of feedback from, again, different councils, different planning boards, a lot of community members. So I think that we do well as a council to remember that we can't solve all of our problems in any one project, and this is beyond good enough. This is excellent. So I just want to cheerlead the plan and thank you all for the hard work, and David Ensign for your leadership on planning board, and we will miss you. And the all the community members and the work group members. So I don't have any other specific feedback. It sounds to me, in wrapping it up, like there is interest in sort of nudging the jobs housing balance more towards making sure that we're increasing the housing component, although I did hear one person say otherwise. And then it sounded like there was a lot of support for Matt and Aaron's idea to do a unified land use change and adoption of this plan if possible. I don't know if that's possible. I know you're all finishing a marathon with this project, so I would imagine you heard the feedback and will tell us whether it's possible. But are there any staff questions? Do you feel like we got you what you needed?
No further questions. Really helpful feedback, and we'll look into all of the recommended edits, and the plan is we will track all of the suggestions and describe when we get to the 100% where you can see those edits in the plan.
Looking forward to seeing the 100. Okay, with that, I think we're done with the 90% review. Thanks again. And moving on to the third agenda item, which is an update on the library district, because it's in a little different spot than when we last looked at it. So I think over to Nuria.
Yeah, and I'm going to turn it really quickly to Chris Meschek and note that David Farnan is also on the line. Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Nuria. Good evening, council members. Chris Meschek, Deputy City Manager. We're here tonight real quick to talk about next steps on the work that has been done related to the library district. As council will recall, we held a joint public hearing with the Boulder County Commissioners, and then on April 5th last week, council took action and adopted a resolution to form a library district. The county commissioners then held their deliberations on Thursday, April 7th, and the county commissioners chose to table their agenda item and not adopt a resolution in the direction of forming a library district by resolution. And the commissioners expressed interest in really exploring what would really be a hybrid model of funding for library services that would not be purely a district model, but would also include continued funding by the city through sales taxes. And so we're here tonight to really talk about what's next. City and county staff met Friday of last week and talked through really 3 approaches. And so we're really here tonight to see if there is council interest in any of these 3 approaches. The first approach is to really give us some guidance to go do some work on exploring a hybrid funding model. We brainstormed all kinds of interesting ideas and quickly on Friday. There's probably a lot more work to do on those, but that would be the first, is kind of say, okay, we're interested in exploring the ideas that the commissioners raised. The second approach would be, before we go do any analysis, let's see if we just need to have a council member or two and a commissioner sit down and understand, based on the current approach and the actions of the council and the commissioners, they were pretty far apart in terms of the actions. And is there further conversation that would be helpful between the city and the county, and maybe understand that from the council and commissioners' perspective? So that's approach number two. The third approach would be to really take the action of the commissioners as not an interest in adopting a resolution, and give guidance to us as staff to stop doing work on the library district, and kind of go from here and see if the community is interested in maybe submitting a petition or something like that. So those are the three approaches, and we're open and interested in hearing any thoughts that council members have.
Let's open it up for discussion. Bob Yates.
Thanks for that, Chris. That was real helpful. Are your options 1 and 2 mutually exclusive? I'm not sure I understood a real distinction there. It sounds like there's some work that staff could do, but also council members and commissioners could also be talking in parallel. Could those both happen?
Theoretically, they could. I think what would be helpful is, I think the real distinction between those is, option 1 we would take as really, or approach 1 we would take as direction to begin in earnest some pretty significant analysis of approaches. Option 2 really is, before we go do any more major work as staff, let's understand if there's a middle ground or approaches that the council and the commissioners, or at least some representatives or individual council members and the commissioner, are even interested in maybe thinking might be viable. So it's a little bit of direct staff is to go do work is number 1, and let the elected officials have a little bit of conversation before we go do any more work is number 2. Does that help?
It does, Chris. Thank you very much.
Nicole, and then Matt, and then Aaron.
I like the idea of having one of the commissioners just kind of come together and talk through. That feels like a better use of everyone's time than having staff try to come up with something that may just not go anywhere. So that seems to me like a good next step.
Thanks, Nicole. Matt?
Yeah, I'm going to echo what Nicole said. Option 3 is a non-starter for me. We've done too much work and had too much input to just throw in the towel now. We need to forge ahead and try to make it work. And I think option 2 is probably definitely the best way to go in hopes. I wish we had had this negotiated conversation when we had our public hearing. To me, that would have been the time for us to hash out guardrails and non-starters. We missed that train. Now we can hopefully pick it up and resurrect a library district out of this, or at least some agreeable solution.
Thanks, Matt. Aaron, then Mark.
Yeah, I'll just agree with Nicole and Matt. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Then Bob.
As we are all professional talkers, you will not be surprised that I share the view that some conversation is better than no conversation. And if there's a ground on which everybody can coalesce, that would be good. And if not, we need to know that. So before we put staff to a lot of theoretical work, we ought to at least get a better picture of the lay of the land. And that's through conversation.
Thanks, Mark. Bob, then I'll call on myself.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with everyone. I think conversation is good. It is regrettable that we didn't have this sooner, but we are where we are. I do agree with Matt completely that throwing in the towel is not a good option. I do see a little bit of a hybrid between 2 and 1. I could see some conversations happening between council members and commissioners that might require some additional staff work, but let's get the conversations going. And then if staff is on standby and is ready to do work that might be needed as a result of those conversations, let's not foreclose that.
Thanks, Bob. I have a question. Is the concept, Chris, 1 or 2 council members?
I think we'd be interested in hearing from council, but I think the idea that maybe we were thinking was maybe just 1 council member and 1 commissioner to really join us as staff in some conversations and we as city and county staff can kind of talk through and have some ideas. Having the voices of our elected officials is always helpful as well.
Okay, I was just asking because I think that we strive to have sort of balance represented in conversations. So if we could have two, that might be a good way to go. I see Junie's hand.
My question was similar to yours, Rachel, about the process. How would that go? What is the nomination process for this particular council member or two council members?
I'll look to the rest of our team, but what we really talked about was a thought that if council is interested in this approach of maybe having a council member join us in some conversation, is really that if there's anyone who's interested, maybe let us know that. But then it would really be staff, I think, inviting that individual council member to join us, recognizing that they are not delegating, council's not delegating authority to an individual council member. It's really just one individual council member representing themselves, but just to be able to bring that perspective into the room, as well as then having a commissioner there with us as well. So does that help answer your question, Junie?
It did, and I think maybe what I would like to add is that I would feel more comfortable if the entire council body get to pick who that person is, as opposed to staff member reaching out to one council member that we didn't pick as a group to make that decision or work on that process with the commissioners.
And
you could take that approach. What that does, if you do take that approach, is it creates a much more formal process.
That's what I'm going to ask, David. Is there, and if we wanted to have something less formal, would it just be people would email you and you would pick, or would we need to say like I'm willing to do it, or how does that work? And then
yeah, if people are interested, and I guess as well, really, from the city's side of it, it's going to be a city manager-led conversation, and the city manager would invite somebody. So as long as you amongst yourselves can agree that nobody's going to feel offended if they express an interest and weren't invited, because there are also open meetings laws that need to be complied with as well, depending on how things get structured.
Thanks. I'm going to call on Aaron and just say I am disinterested, so you don't have to worry about me.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I mean, I'm happy to do it if it would be helpful. Like maybe have a, I don't generally try to elevate myself, but if having the mayor as the point person is helpful, I'm certainly willing to do that. And I just might ask Teresa, David, like, do you feel like, are we better off with two council members, one council member? I mean, and in both cases, understanding that these people would have no authority designated to them by the council, right? This would just be for a conversation, no decisions would be made, but how do you think?
So this is a value judgment on my part, but I've been involved in many of these kind of conversations over the year. And just as a staff member, I certainly appreciate having the perspective of a couple of council members to help guide me. But of course, that would be a call that Nuria would make.
Okay, does that answer your question? If so, I'm going to invite Tara.
I think two council members.
That was fast. Lauren, you were up and disappeared. One time tonight, I think you jumped ahead, but it looks like you got demoted, but I'm going to call on you anyways if your hand is up.
I would take it back.
Don't want your hand up. Okay, Nicole.
I was just going to advocate for just having one of us and not having it be that formal. We're kind of, as I see this, and maybe somebody can correct me if my understanding is not right, that we're really just having a conversation or two to see if there is some common ground that could potentially be found. We're not going to be making decisions. We're not sort of whatever. If something is agreed on, it would come back to all of us, right? Ultimately. So for me, it just seems like a faster and more efficient process to just have one city council person, one commissioner.
Thanks, Nicole. Junie, then Matt. Oh, wait, I'm going to ask Teresa first.
Thanks, Rachel, members of council, Teresa Taylor Tate, city attorney. My recommendation would be one council member. I think we have some open meetings laws issues that we need to be observant about, and some charter provisions that we need to be careful about as well. And so I would urge you to designate in a very informal sort of way, one person who can go have an informal conversation at the invitation of the city manager.
Thanks so much for that clarification. That's helpful. Junie, then Matt.
I was gonna say that I fully support Aaron's position to be that person because he's currently the mayor and he's privy to, conversations, and I just think he would represent us well. I have full confidence that he would bring back whatever he learned back to us transparently without any issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Junie. Question for Teresa before I call Matt. Is it helpful for us to designate someone, or just to say, submit your names and staff can invite? Should we be discussing who that is, or what's the advice there?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I think it's perfectly fine to discuss who could represent an opinion that would be balanced and be a representative who could bring back an unbiased opinion. I do think it is potentially problematic for there to be a sort of formal designation process. So I invite you to walk that razor thin line.
That was half helpful. Thank you. We like to get far away from the razor thin. Matt.
See if I can walk the knife's edge on that. I trust our mayor to one, have the deep knowledge base and the experience and the relationships with those that he'd be working with to work on the best possible outcomes to bring back to us.
Thanks, Matt. I'll call on myself after Nuria.
I may not have to comment depending on where you all are, but it sounds like a reasonable solution to either know who didn't want to do it, but it seems like there is some perhaps acclamation to allow the mayor in his role to move forward in that stead. So I will stand back.
Stand back. You're welcome to stand forward. I was just going to suggest that I haven't heard anyone else even indicate interest. So maybe by default, if no one else raises their hand, then we could also be done with this conversation. And that's maybe a little bit farther away from the razor thin line. Aaron?
Yeah, that's fine. And I just want to say that I know that anyone else in this virtual meeting could also do a fantastic job, but I appreciate the kind words that people said.
Anyone else? And if not, Nuria, do you have what you need?
I do indeed.
Great. If I had a gavel, I would swing it hard down on a desk right now. So thank you all. We are concluding this study session. See you all really next week.
Great meeting, Rachel.
Thanks, everyone.
Guys, bye.